Chapter 779, The 8 Views of Tushita Heaven. All the essence contained in the purple and green demon refining heavenly book was instantly absorbed by Chen Mobai and transformed into a Daoshui flame. This is an extremely powerful flame. You could even say it's a celestial art. It is the embodiment of the power of life. The Tao gives birth to one, one gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. The two energies condense into the pure and ethereal purple energy of the 9 heavens, which then sublimates into the purple and blue divine flames of the Tushita heaven. This is the process of 2 giving birth to 3. The function of the Tushita fire is to give birth to all things. If this flame is used to refine elixirs, magical artifacts, etc., the success rate will be greatly increased. Even if it's an ordinary alchemist or weapon refiner, as long as they truly understand the craft, they'll have a 60–70% chance of success each time. If it's in the hands of an outstanding cultivator like Qing Nu, then it's practically a sure thing. Every pill refinement can be considered a success. Besides these functions, the most useful thing about the Daoshui fire to Chen Mobai is that it helps him condense his true qi. This dual fire is formed by igniting and sublimating the pure and ethereal purple energy of the 9 heavens. A single wisp is enough to ignite it, and once ignited, as long as it is not overused and is kept in an environment rich in yin and yang energy for nurturing, it will never regress. Previously, Chen Mobai needed to consume a wisp of 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi every time he condensed a wisp of pure yang true qi. But in the future, after he ignites the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi into the dual fire, it can help condense true qi forever without being consumed. Moreover, the dual fire can continuously replenish and upgrade itself with the pure and radiant energy of the 9 heavens. For example, Chen Mobai replenished himself with 10 strands of the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi Daoshui fire, which helped him condense 10 strands of pure yang true qi each time he cultivated. In this way, the efficiency of his cultivation would only get faster and faster. Once 100 strands of pure purple energy from the 9 heavens are gathered, a complete wisp of this energy can ignite a full-blown dual fire. In this way, Chen Mobai was able to condense a strand of pure yang true energy every time he cultivated. At the current rate of condensing a wisp of 9 heavens pure purple qi, using the purple and green twin swords each month, it will take Chen Mobai about 8 years to ignite a complete dual flame. If one can condense 9 Daoshui flames, then one can use the secret method recorded in the heavenly book to sublimate them again, condense a lamp flower, and use this as the source spirit to refine a powerful magic weapon called Purple and Green Daoshui 8 Scenes Demon Refining Lamp. Once this magical artifact is crafted, it will be at the 5th level. If more lamp flowers and oil are continuously added in the future, it may even be able to advance to the next level. After taking a quick look at the materials needed to refine lamp oil, Chen Mobai immediately decided to give up. These are all 5th-tier materials, already legendary in the immortal sects, and some are even considered rare treasures that have never existed before. Let's focus on mastering the Daoshui fire technique first. As Chen Mobai thought this, he felt an extreme exhaustion and weakness surge into his mind. He knew that he had reached his limit in understanding the Tao, so he immediately severed the connection between his mind and the great Tao of heaven and earth, and returned to his purple mansion sea of consciousness. Wen Dao was extremely lucky this time. Not only did he obtain the immortal technique of Du Shui fire, but he also obtained the blueprint for the powerful magic artifact, Du Shui 8 Scenery Lamp. He has fully comprehended and understood the handwritten copy of the celestial book that the 2 venerable masters Qingjing and Qingxi had spent their lives deciphering. I wonder if the 2 venerable ones left the blueprints for the 8 views of the Tushita Heaven Lantern to the immortal sect before they passed away. But none of these things concerned Chen Mobai. After all, what's most important to him right now is the dual fire. It's a pity that he doesn't have the 9 heavens pure purple qi on hand right now, so he can't try to ignite and sublimate it, which he deeply regrets. If it weren't for the fact that he was mentally and physically weak after hearing the Tao, Chen Mobai would have been eager to take out the purple and green twin swords and ascend to heaven. "You're awake." Chen Mobai opened his eyes and saw Qing Nu standing not far in front of him with a look of surprise on her face. When he was cultivating the pure Yang Dharma body, he suddenly broke through, so he sat down on the futon in front of the wooden house. Fortunately, this was his and Qing Nu's little world, and no one else came up. Qing Nu knew that Chen Mobai had exceptional talent and could break through to enlightenment at any time, so when she encountered this situation, she immediately activated the mountaintop formation and personally guarded the place. "Thanks a lot." Chen Mobai nodded gently to Qing Nu, but when he stood up, he felt a slight sway in his head. "Are you all right?" King Nu immediately came over and helped Chen Mobai up. Feeling the soft, delicate body against him, he relaxed and reached out to hold King Nu's fragrant shoulder. They sat down together on a wooden bench not far away. "The state of enlightenment of the immortal spiritual root has gone too deep, and the mental energy has been exhausted. I need to rest for a while." As they spoke, Chen Mobai took out the snow needle immortal sprout from his own realm. Qing Nu immediately took it and began to help boil water and brew tea. After drinking a cup of spiritual tea, Chen Mobai recovered. Then he took out the spirit testing device and infused it with his own spiritual power. Metal 23, wood 49, water 39, fire 100, earth 84. As he expected, his fire spirit root was perfected. However, he was very surprised that his water and wood spirit roots were not damaged this time, but this was definitely a good thing. King Nu was both shocked and proud when she saw the numbers displayed on the screen. Your spiritual root value can be said to be the #1 in the history of the immortal sect. Even ancestor Yuan Yang is far inferior to you. Upon hearing Qing Nu's praise, Chen Mobai humbly shook his head. After looking at the 100-point fire elemental root value for a while, he finally let out a satisfied sigh. He has been practicing the pure Yang scripture for 59 years now, and he has never slackened in his cultivation of the pure Yang Dharma body. Now is the time to savor the wonderful results. However, this also shows how difficult it is to form a nascent soul using the pure Yang scroll. Even with the support of the spiritual stone resources of the heavenly river realm, it still took Chen Mobai nearly 60 years to reach this point. Although the next 2 transformations of the 9 Yang body will be faster because there is no need to waste time on spiritual roots, it will still take more than 60 years. It's no wonder that the pure Yang scroll, as the nascent soul cultivation method with the lowest entry barrier among the immortal sects, is accessible to almost everyone, yet more than 99% of people ultimately choose to switch to another cultivation method. This time, I comprehended the immortal technique called Daoshui fire from the purple and green demon refining heavenly book. While drinking tea, Chen Mobai told King Nu about his gains from studying the Tao. After listening to the detailed introduction of the Duo fire, her eyes indeed lit up. With this, she basically no longer needed to fear failure when refining elixirs for core formation and nascent soul formation. "You're so lucky, it seems you're truly blessed by heaven and earth." King Nu looked at Chen Mobai with some envy. After thinking about it, the latter felt that it was all thanks to Yungsu Shangren. If he hadn't given her all the information on the research of immortal spiritual roots from the Bushan Dao Academy, he probably wouldn't have been able to comprehend this time. It's very possible that it will veer off to other magical arts and supernatural powers. However, it should also be due to the auspicious blessing of the phoenix facing the sun image. Anyway, it definitely has nothing to do with him. Chen Mobai has a very clear understanding of himself. However, King Nu took it as her man being modest and looked on with even more admiration. Another month passed. Chen Mobai had long since recovered to his peak condition. With the help of the purple and green twin swords, he condensed a wisp of the 9 heavens pure purple chi, and then used his understanding, which seemed to be engraved in his bones, to ignite and sublimate it into the Duo fire. Hey, isn't this the immortal fire that our old master and the others finally managed to forge together? Because Chen Mobai was impatient, he directly ignited the Duo fire on the heavenly gang, so the purple and green twin swords which were absorbing spirit stones to recover also saw this scene. The purple lightning sword was greatly surprised. Oh, so the two venerable masters Qingjing and Qingxi have indeed condensed this Tushita flame. After hearing this, Chen Mobai confirmed something he had been thinking about. But I was a little surprised by the phrase, without much difficulty. Is the Tushita fire skill difficult to master? Yes, I remember it was only after both of our former masters advanced to the nascent soul stage that they were able to barely condense a wisp of this immortal fire each year, even with my and Xiaoking's purple azure canopy technique. As the purple lightning sword transmitted its voice, the azure frost sword beside it nodded repeatedly. Chen Mobai sensed that the attitudes of the two swords towards him had completely turned into respect at this moment. Master, your talent far surpasses that of my two previous masters. This was a rare instance of Qing Xuangjian taking the initiative to transmit his voice. It at least acknowledged Pei Qingshuang as its sword master. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was also happy for his good friend. However, both Qingjing and Qingxi, the two nascent soul cultivators, can only condense a wisp of Dashui fire each year. This efficiency is just too low. Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised by this, but he quickly realized what was going on. Although the two masters deciphered precious contents such as the 9 heavens pure purple qi, Tushita fire, and 8 scenery lamps from the heavenly book, they relied entirely on their own comprehension. But he was different. He relied entirely on the refinement and blessing of the great Tao of heaven and earth under the state of enlightenment. Standing on the shoulders of those two, we saw the answer directly. Moreover, the immortal technique and supernatural power he obtained through the Tao was the Tushita fire. He had already mastered this powerful, immortal fire technique to perfection, only lacking the replenishment of the 9 heavens pure purple qi. Even for nascent soul cultivators like Qingjing and Qingxi, it would be extremely difficult to fully master a single immortal technique. After all, immortal techniques are basically equivalent to the 5th rank, and theoretically only cultivators at the nascent soul stage can truly master and use them. Their ability to condense the Duo fire at the nascent soul stage is already considered exceptionally gifted, demonstrating a profound understanding of the heavenly book. After the two venerable masters passed away, was the Tushita fire they condensed passed down? Chen Mobai asked the purple and green twin swords. Even if it takes a year to condense only a wisp, a nascent soul cultivator lives for 1,000 years, so he should be able to condense a complete flower. If the immortal sects truly possess such a legacy of immortal fire, then he would be the best user and inheritor. The two old masters spent a century painstakingly refining one of these purple-blue immortal flames each, but after their passing, I have no idea where these flames went. The purple lightning sword spoke helplessly, while the azure frost sword provided specific information. My first master used 2 immortal flames to attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm, but because his fate was uncertain, he sent Azzy away before that. I witnessed her failure to break through, and her body was burned to nothingness by the immortal flames. Master Qingjing died in such a way. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was deeply moved by the mindset of the senior cultivators who disregarded life and death when climbing to the peak. After Master Qingjing passed away, the 3 major halls of the immortal sect sent people over to arrange his belongings in accordance with his will. Then, because of the constant tempering by the Daoshui fire, Zidian Qingshuang was of such a high grade that the immortal sect sent it to the Sword Tower of the Mountain and Sea Academy for unified nurturing. As for what happened to the 2 Duo flames after Master Qingjing passed away, Qing Xuangjian didn't know either. Because at that time it had no master to control it, and was simply unable to master this kind of celestial fire. Of course, it is also possible that, due to a prolonged lack of the supply of yin and yang energy, it began to dim or even go out. However, Chen Mobai can investigate the specifics through the Patching Heaven Group's influence after returning. If all else fails, you can go to the Nature Academy and ask Master Yunhai directly. Master, could you please use this immortal fire to warm me up in the future? Seeing the purple-blue divine flame of the Duoluo fire burning in Chen Mobai's palm, the purple lightning sword couldn't help but come closer and make a small request. Despite the scarcity of resources in the immortal sect, the purple and green twin swords were able to be upgraded into powerful 4th-tier superior-grade swords, entirely thanks to the powerful life-giving force of the Du Shui fire. Now that they have enough spirit stones, if they are further nurtured and tempered by the Daoshui fire, they might actually be able to advance into 5th-tier swords in Chen Mobai's hands. Besides the purple lightning sword, the usually reserved azure frost sword couldn't help but fly over and gently rub its hilt against Chen Mobai's palm. This silent action conveys the same meaning as the purple lightning sword. You two are just one step away from the 5th rank, with powerful origins. My cultivation is insufficient. I have only condensed a wisp of Daoshui fire. It may take nearly 10 years to condense a complete Daoshui fire, and only that kind of Daoshui fire will be effective for you too. Chen Mobai was definitely willing to help, but he also explained the difficulties involved. The purple lightning sword then asked how to condense the immortal fire more quickly. After learning that the key was the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi, it immediately said that it and Zio Qing could give up their rest time and try to help condense 20 strands of yin-yang qi within a year. In that case, it would only take about 5 years for Chen Mobai to condense a complete Duoluo flame. In that case, I will have to work much harder, but since you two have acknowledged me as your master, this little bit of hardship is nothing. So let the 3 of us work hard together for the next 5 years. As long as we complete one Duoluo flame, the days ahead will be full of beauty and hope. Chen Mobai's words deeply moved the purple and green twin swords, making them feel that they had chosen the right master. Master, from now on, we won't need spirit stones to condense the 9 heavens pure purple qi. Moved, the simple-minded Qing Xuangjian transmitted these words. Purple lightning sword sensed something was wrong, but at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and say he didn't want it either. We cannot allow our master to go through so much trouble for us, only to have him spend money on us. That would be a disgrace to our protective Dharma instrument. That's not a good idea. Chen Mobai felt a little reluctant, but Qing Xuangjian insisted on doing it this way, and Zai Dianjian was forced to nod. Ultimately, they reached a new agreement. Chen Mobai helped the purple and green twin swords condense the complete Daoshui fire, which he could use when needed, but normally the purple and green twin swords were responsible for tempering the sword bodies. Qing Xuangjian even wanted to give Chen Mobai spirit stones, but he refused because his conscience wouldn't allow it. After finalizing the new agreement, Chen Mobai returned to Tianping Mountain with the Daoshui fire. He first tried to condense a wisp of pure yang true energy, and found that it was indeed the same as recorded in the purple and green demon refining heavenly book. After the true energy was condensed, the Daoshui fire still shone brightly. It seems that condensing true energy does not consume any energy for this kind of immortal fire. However, condensing pure yang true energy does not require a month's interval. Chen Mobai can condense it every day as long as he works hard. In this way, within a year, as the power of the Duoluo fire increases, he can condense more than 20 strands of pure yang true energy, provided he has enough spiritual power. In that instant, the biggest problem he faced before forming his nascent soul was solved, thanks to his newfound immortal spiritual root. I'll try out this immortal fire too. After Chen Mobai condensed the pure yang true energy, Qing Nu, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately wanted to borrow his wisp of Du Shui fire. The ingredients for the 3rd batch of returning to truth pills had long been processed, but Qing Nu had left them untouched because Chen Mobai felt they were no longer of any use to him. This is perfect for testing the purple-blue divine flame Duoluo fire. Qing Nu deliberately placed the alchemy site halfway up the mountain. The purpose was to demonstrate the alchemy techniques of the immortal sect to Zheng Woyu and Yan Jinai, so that the two, who were still learning, could gain a deeper understanding. Chen Mobai was also there to protect him, since only he could control and activate the Duo fire. However, he and Qing Nu already had a perfect understanding, and with the second-hand equipment brought over from the immortal sect, the alchemy process could be made more mechanized and automated. Chen Mobai only needed to provide the Daoshui fire as fuel for alchemy, as Qing Nu instructed. Half a month later, 10 King Nu pills were successfully made without any poisoning, leaving Zheng Wuyu and his apprentice Yan Jinai speechless, as if they had witnessed a miracle. In their understanding, even if a master alchemist from the moral sect of the Eastern Holy Land were to make a move, this level of skill would be the best they could achieve. Senior Qing Nu, perhaps it really is the inheritance of the Holy Land of the moral sect. At this moment, Zheng Wuyu and Yan Jinai made a bold guess about the origin of Qing Nu. They believed that Qing Nu's master, who went overseas to undergo tribulation, might be a nascent soul true lord of the moral sect. Seeing the sect leader chatting and laughing with such a successor from a sacred place, Zheng Wuyu and his disciple felt a sense of pride and honor. "Would you like to take one of these pills?" Chen Mobai asked Qing Nu if the immortal sect had a method similar to the immersion and annihilation technique, which could dilute the medicinal effects of pills so that cultivators with insufficient cultivation levels could consume and refine them. "Forget it, I'm not like you. It's better not to take pills if I can avoid it." But King Nu shook her head directly. Chen Mobai possesses the phoenix facing the sun painting and the burning lamp technique, which can purify spiritual energy, allowing him to recklessly consume pills to enhance his cultivation level. Qing Nu is actually somewhat inclined towards the foundational school. She also has the heavenly water spiritual root, so once she breaks through a major realm, there will basically be no bottlenecks in her cultivation breakthroughs. Therefore, the demand for elixirs is not great. All right then, this batch of returning to truth pills can be taken by senior brother Fu after he has stabilized his cultivation level. Chen Mobai had already consumed 2 batches of this elixir, and it no longer had any effect on him. However, it was just right for Fu Zhangju. Chen Mobai planned to give him 3 pills, and then put them on the Lingbao Pavilion. This also made Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi realize that there were such benefits after the 5 lineages were united. It made them crave the returning to truth pill while consuming the purple jade porridge. The next morning, Chen Mobai bid farewell to King Nu and left Tianping Mountain. When he left, in addition to the returning to truth pill, he also took with him the 3 foundation establishment treasures he had refined during this time. There are a total of 13 complete copies. Apart from the 4 portions refined by Zheng Wuyu and his apprentice, the other 9 portions were all works demonstrated to them by King Nu. These things certainly won't be directly distributed to the Lingbao Pavilion. After all, in the Heavenly River realm, the Foundation Establishment Pill is regarded by all cultivators as the #1 spiritual medicine for Foundation establishment. If the 5 Elements sect were to rashly offer the 3 treasures of Foundation establishment, which can replace part of the effects of the Foundation Establishment Pill, it would definitely attract everyone's attention instantly. At the very least, one must be a disciple of a nascent soul cultivator to be able to keep this business. Even so, Chen Mobai planned to sell the formulas for the 3 Foundation Establishment treasures for a good price and transfer the enormous pressure to others. Chen Mobai gave all 3 Foundation Establishment treasures he had refined to Zhou Wangshan, so that he could give them to the sect disciples who were painstakingly condensing the 5 elements essence in the Flying Dragon pool. Because these people had already sworn an oath of faith when they were selected, promising not to reveal even a trace of their experiences in the Flying Dragon pool to outsiders, giving them this opportunity was the most suitable option. If we can use the 3 treasures of Foundation Establishment to cultivate these former disciples into true Foundation Establishment cultivators, not only will we gain a larger pool of resources, but Chen Mobai's acquisition of the 5 elements essence will also increase tenfold or even 100-fold. Sect leader, I will certainly live up to your expectations. After learning about the effects of the 3 foundation building treasures, Zhou Wangshan was greatly surprised, and then said to Chen Mobai with a solemn expression, "This is the five elements Tao weapon technique. In addition to condensing the five elements essence Qi, you can also lead the sect cultivators in Flying Dragon Pool to practice this. If there is a war between the sect and the major sects outside the Eastern Wilderness in the future, you will be the best candidate to lead the team because you are proficient in the five elements Tao weapon technique." When Chen Mobai had Gu Yan give the longevity due he had refined this year to King Zhou, he also gave him a jade slip. "Thank you, sect leader." Zhou Wangshan was also very excited when he heard this. After all, the person who led the five elements Tao army in the past was the sect leader in front of us. These words made him start to daydream, thinking that because he had worked hard over the years, the sect leader regarded him as a confidant and was going to start to cultivate him. Even if I can't become the next sect leader, becoming one of the three hall masters is acceptable. Now that there is hope for the formation of the golden core elixir within the five elements sect, Zhou Wangshan's desire to become the sect leader is merely a childhood obsession. In reality, whether or not he becomes the sect leader is no longer so important to him or even to Yi Yun. However, becoming the sect leader's confidant is extremely important. After King Zhou left, Yi Yun, who was waiting outside the door, immediately came in. "Sect leader, someone from Kongseng Valley requests an audience." After hearing his report, Chen Mobai was a little puzzled. Since the old ancestor, Mukin led the cultivators of Kongseng Valley to establish a new settlement in the desolate ruins, he has basically stopped paying attention. Because Zhou Shenking was in Baiyuan City, only he was qualified to have an equal conversation with the old ancestor Mukin. As instructed by Chen Mobai, Baiyuan City also opened up trade of supplies with Kongseng Valley, supporting them in opening up a villa in the desolate ruins. Under these circumstances, nothing should be able to reach him, the low-profile leader of the Five Elements sect, who is requesting an audience. He asked a question. "It's Master Yi Chenghen." Chen Mobai knew this person. He was one of the two core formation cultivators who came with the old ancestor Mukin, and was said to be an excellent array master as well. But Chen Mobai's only interaction with him was back at Tianqinlu, when he pointed the purple lightning sword at him. "When is he coming?" "We're already at Giantwood Ridge. The sect leader wasn't there before, so he was in Baiyuan City. As soon as he heard you were back, he immediately took the market's teleportation array here." Chen Mobai was even more puzzled when he heard this. What could possibly be so urgent that this core formation cultivator from Kongseng Valley could be in such a hurry? "Then let's meet." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yi Yun immediately went downstairs. A short while later, he brought in Yi Chenghen, who was dressed in a black bamboo Taoist robe and had a somewhat otherworldly air about him. "Greetings, sect leader Chen. I apologize for the intrusion and interruption." Yi Chenghen bowed very politely to Chen Mobai, who immediately stood up to return the bow and then invited him to sit down. "I wonder what brings Master Yi to Giantwood Ridge on this special occasion." After Chen Mobai had Gu Yan serve tea, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to asking the question. "To be honest, the main reason is that when I was trading spiritual rice, pills, and other supplies with cultivators from your sect in Baiyuan City last time, I overheard that your sect's Spirit Treasure Pavilion had listed a secret treasure of the Longevity sect that could help mid-stage core formation cultivators break through their bottlenecks. I wonder if it's still there." So it was for the spirit-powered rice cooker. After hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly understood. At this moment, he remembered that this true person Yi Chenghen had also been stuck at the bottleneck of the mid-stage of core formation for over 100 years. Having heard about the spiritual energy rice cooker, and with the news of Fu Zhangju breaking through to the late stage of core formation spreading widely among the five elements and five meridians under his arrangement, it's perfectly normal for Yi Chenghen to be tempted. To be honest, this treasure has already been exchanged by my sect's senior brother Nujiao and senior sister Sheng Jiaoxi. There's no rush. After you two have finished using it, I wonder if you could borrow it for a while. Just name your price, sect leader Chen. Even if it's top-grade spirit stones, I can get it for you." Chen Mobai was not moved at all after hearing this, and shook his head to refuse. "This item is too precious to lend out." After hearing this, Yi Chenghen gritted his teeth and made a condition that greatly surprised Chen Mobai. End of this chapter. Chapter 780 Beidou Conference. Chapter 780 Beidou Conference. Sect Leader Chen, the Starry Sky Dao Sect's Big Dipper tournament is just around the corner. My master, as a nascent soul cultivator, received an invitation and can bring 2 disciples along. I'm willing to give up my own spot to you. I wonder if I could exchange it for the right to use that secret treasure." Upon hearing these words, Chen Mobai fell into deep thought. Beidou Conference. This was almost the largest and most prestigious resource exchange meeting ever held in the Eastern continent. Those who receive an invitation from the Star Heaven Dao sect must be at least nascent soul cultivators. Because of the 3 lights divine water, which is known as the best nascent soul elixir in the Eastern continent, even the Taoist disciples and saintesses from the Eastern Holy Land would personally come to the Big Dipper Conference every time. As for the other core formation cultivators who wanted to reach the nascent soul stage, it goes without saying that they were practically fighting tooth and nail to get a chance to participate. During each Big Dipper Conference, aside from the demonic cultivators, almost all the nascent soul cultivators from the Eastern continent would personally attend. Because their cultivation has reached the nascent soul stage, ordinary resources are no longer useful to them. To advance further, one needs at least to refine 4th-tier pills or even 5th-tier medicinal herbs, and these are all the most prized treasures of major sects. For example, if Chen Mobai wanted to refine the infant nourishing pill, using the improved formula by Yan Shaoyan, he would need a 5th-order sun sacred fruit from the sun-bathing sea. If he were to try to buy these things from Yu Rai Hai, he would definitely be turned away, but at the Beidou Conference, it would be possible to obtain them through exchange. Moreover, the Beidou Conference followed the sales principles of the Xingqian Daozang. If Chen Mobai offers a high enough price, he might even be able to snatch a portion of the 3 lights divine water from the jaws of death. After obtaining the Duluo fire through the immortal spirit root, Chen Mobai's only remaining difficulty in forming his nascent soul was the spiritual medicine related to it. Although he possesses a nascent soul pill, which will allow him to condense a complete Duluo flame in the future, along with a wisp of innate fire elemental energy, his chances of success are already quite high compared to others. But no one would complain about being higher. Moreover, Chen Mobai always felt that when breaking through a realm, it was best to prepare an excessive amount of things. After all, if the breakthrough fails, the loss of energy and spirit is manageable, since one can still find ways to make up for it while young, but the wasted time is lost forever. Now, whether it's the immortal sect or the heavenly river realm, Chen Mobai senses an impending storm brewing. Although news of Nangong Xuanyu's nascent soul formation has not been released, according to information gathered by Zhongli Tianyu, it has been confirmed that he has successfully formed his nascent soul and is currently consolidating his realm with 5th-order spiritual energy at Yuanyang Temple, while also waiting to pay homage to the 2 saints of the immortal sect. Meanwhile, in the heavenly river realm, the wooden Qin ancestor of Kongseng Valley specially led this group of people away from Dongyi to establish a separate courtyard, which shows that the great war between the 3 major sects of Dongyi is about to end. If Xuanxiao Dao Palace were to free up its resources, given the grudges between the 5 elements sect in them, a battle would certainly be inevitable. Even if the 5 elements sect manages to take down the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, given its current strength, it will certainly suffer heavy losses and lose many people. Therefore, Chen Mobai felt that he had to form his nascent soul in the shortest possible time. In this way, he and the forces he represents can remain as stable as Mount Tai in both the Eastern Wilderness and the immortal sect. Therefore, his qualification for the Beidou Conference was actually quite important to him. I wonder if Master Mukin agrees to this matter. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai asked another question. I had already spoken to my master about this before I came, and she had no objection to it. After hearing Yi Chenghen's words, Chen Mobai nodded, but he still did not give a direct reply. He said he needed 2 days to consider it. Then I'll wait here for sect leader Chen's reply. I've heard that your sect's giantwood ridge is the second best medicinal herb field in the eastern wilderness. I happen to be refining a batch of pills to enhance my cultivation, and perhaps I can gather all the necessary medicinal herbs here. Yi Chenghen's words were probably just an excuse, but Chen Mobai still called Yi Yun in and asked her to accompany him to the spirit plant department to see if there were any medicinal herbs that the former needed. After Yi Chenghen left, Chen Mobai immediately went to discuss the matter with Fu Zongju. The next day, Zhou Shenking, having received the news, also rushed over. The Big Dipper Conference, I went there twice with my master in the past. If you go there, junior brother, you should be able to easily collect all the ingredients for a batch of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills. Zhou Shenking recalled the past with emotion. As a nascent soul cultivator, the primordial ancestor of the 5 Elements sect was naturally invited by the Star Heaven Tao sect during his lifetime. Zhou Shenking, as his second disciple, also went along to broaden his horizons. It can only be said that many rare and precious natural treasures in the eastern wilderness are not exactly everywhere at the Beidou Conference, but they are basically all available. As long as you can afford the price and reach an agreement with the owner, you can acquire it. Moreover, the Star Heaven Tao sect has 7 nascent soul cultivators, known as the 7 Stars of the Eastern Peak, who rule a region and are a superpower second only to the Holy Land in the entire eastern continent. Transactions completed at the Beidou Conference are safe and secure. No one dares to offend the Xingqian Tao sect or break the rules. Moreover, if one does not wish to reveal their identity, there is a large teleportation array inside the Star Heaven Tao sect. After obtaining the items, one can leave directly without being tracked by anyone. If that's the case, then agree. After consulting Zhou Shenking, Chen Mobai felt relieved. For him, the most important thing is safety. Moreover, even if an unexpected situation occurs, with the underworld formation and the turtle treasure in hand, one can find a way to escape, even when facing a nascent soul cultivator. However, just in case, Zhou Shenking still gave Chen Mobai 3 spirit leaf talismans. This is a meticulously crafted mid-grade 4th-tier talisman, capable of withstanding an attack from a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Mobai immediately accepted it. Then they talked about the situation of Kongsang Valley in the desolate ruins. Master Mukin had helped plan and upgrade the 4th-order grand formation of Beiyuan City. Chen Mobai gave him the map that he and Yi Qing had explored in the desolate ruins as a reward. Master Mukin was initially skeptical, but after entering the desolate ruins, he discovered Master Chen's sincerity and felt ashamed. She led her cultivators to find a suitable 3rd-tier spiritual vein for planting pure bamboo in the upper reaches of a river, and is now spending a huge amount of spirit stones to upgrade it to a 4th-tier spiritual vein. Zhou Shenking observed from the shadows for a while, and after Master Mukin led his disciples to set up a 4th-order grand formation, he felt reassured and returned. However, from his words, Chen Mobai realized that he might have been fooled by Yi Chenghen. The Kongsang Valley's villa in the desolate ruins has just been opened. Although it has upgraded to the 4th-order spiritual vein and set up a 4th-order grand formation, in an environment full of demonic beasts, it definitely needs a high-level cultivator to be present at all times to manage the grand formation. Even if Yi Chenghen didn't give his spot to Chen Mobai, he might still be left behind by Master Mukin to guard the house. He used this opportunity to exchange for a spiritual energy rice cooker from the 5 Elements sect in order to seek a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. At the same time, he also reassured Master Mukin that he could confidently take true person Mingwen to the Eastern Peak Star Heavenly Tao sect to participate in the Big Dipper Conference, thus gaining goodwill from both sides. Even knowing this, Chen Mobai wouldn't expose it. He even thanked Yi Chenghen. Very well, sect leader Chen, then it's settled. After your sect's 2 true immortals have used it, I will keep this magic artifact for a while. After receiving a positive reply from Chen Mobai, Yi Chenghin happily took his leave. The Beidou conference is 2 months away. When Master Mukin sets off, he will send someone to the eastern wilderness to inform Chen Mobai. After discussing the matter, Zhou Shenking went to Beiyuan City again. Chen Mobai felt that it was a waste of time for these high-level officials to meet every time they discussed matters, as they had to travel across most of the eastern wilderness. Although the eastern wilderness is not like the immortal sect and cannot achieve full communication coverage, it has developed the heavenly communication instrument, which can achieve signal connection between several key immortal cities, especially between the 5 elements and 5 veins. Without hesitation, Chen Mobai immediately called Yi Yun in and told him about the matter. He had already written a detailed book about the blueprints and principles of the Tangxiani, and some weapon refiners in the weapon refining department had also reconstructed it. If we were to cover the 5 elements and 5 veins, or even most of the eastern wilderness, the cost would be enormous. But now that the eastern wilderness is unified, it is the right time to build these infrastructure projects. With a command from Chen Mobai, the Shangshan Hall warehouse, which had just been filled with resources from the development of the eastern wilderness plateau, was reopened. Spirit stones and materials were allocated to begin the full-scale coverage project of the Tangshan instrument. This project was divided into 3 steps. The first step was to connect Beiyuan City and Jumu Ridge. The second step is to connect the major bases of the 5 elements and 5 meridians. That is the 6 places: Hunyuan Immortal City, Fengyuwu, Huishan Hall, Jumu Ridge, Jingguang Cliff, and Beiyuan City, with Beiyuan City as the central relay point for signals. The final and third step is to connect all 19 counties in the eastern wilderness, striving to make the sky-connecting instrument usable in all places, with 5-element sect markets. This project is quite large and will take a long time, so we need to allocate dedicated personnel to be responsible for maintenance and so on for a long period of time. Therefore, I plan to set up a new department to take charge of it. When Chen Mobai said this, Yi Yun naturally had no objections. Since the entire 5-element sect's resources needed to be used to accomplish this task, the heads of the 3 halls and 12 departments were all waiting for his orders. May I ask, sect leader, what should this department be named? The one who asked this question was Wang Tingbo, the head of the weapon refining department. He was one of the few weapon refiners besides Chen Mobai who could recreate the Tangxiani, and he felt that this department should be in charge of him. Since we're going to connect the entire eastern wilderness, let's make it more descriptive and call it Connection. China Unicom. Upon hearing this name, the ministers of the 5-element sect all felt a little strange, but they all praised it at the same time. This means the name is good. The sect leader must have a deeper meaning. In fact, Chen Mobai originally wanted to name it Tangshan, but he felt that the 2 characters were a bit too high-profile. He planned to wait until the signal of the Tangshan instrument covered the entire eastern continent and even the Tian realm before officially changing the name to this. For now, Yi Yun will be in charge of this department, with Wang Tingbo as his deputy. You two can discuss the specific personnel arrangements and resource expenditures. Just make a table for me to review later. Chen Mobai has basically trained the entire team of the 5-element sect. He only needs to control the main direction, and the rest of the operation and implementation will naturally be handled by the elite talents below. However, based on the mature experience of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai still provided a main outline for the development of the Unicom project, so as to ensure that Yi Yun and his team could avoid some detours. Sect leader, if we were to deploy the sky-piercing instrument throughout all 19 counties of the eastern wilderness, it would take our 5-element sect decades to achieve this, even with our current resources. After reading Chen Mobai's 3-step plan, Yi Yun, who was now in charge of the reward hall and knew the sect's resources best, couldn't help but feel bitter. Don't worry, when we get to the 2nd step, the cultivation families in those counties that weren't covered by the sky-piercing instrument will come to you asking you to cover them. Remember to open up a paid channel then, but don't charge too much. about one low-grade spirit stone for 100 calls, just focus on small profits and quick turnover. Chen Mobai's words left Yi Yun and Wang Tingbo somewhat puzzled. But Yi Yun was incredibly perceptive. After thinking for a long time, he only grasped half of the meaning. The cost of building a complete Tangxiani, a type of teleportation device, should be amortized onto the cultivation families of the 19 counties of the eastern wilderness. In 2 years, after my 2 grand disciples have finished their 10-year training, remind me to arrange for them to work at China Unicom. Before Chen Mobai went into seclusion, he said something to Gu Yan beside him. After all, Yi Yun is the successor he is grooming, and he will have many responsibilities in the future. Once China Unicom is established, he can hand it over to Han Jiling and Song Huangde. Because Qing Nu is here, she will definitely be in charge of building the myriad transformations Thunder Pool in the future. There's no need to waste Song Huangde's talents on these tasks, since this grand disciple has been an undercover agent. Chen Mobai plans to train him, and then have him monitor various information exchanged through the Tangxiani. If Unicom can be allowed to leave the eastern wilderness in the future, then the intelligence problem that has been troubling the 5-element sect can be solved. Yes, sect leader. Gu Yan took out paper and pen and wrote this down. Chen Mobai nodded, then closed his longevity wood Taoist temple again and announced his seclusion. When he returned to the immortal sect, he had a huge backlog of official duties. However, of all these things, the one that he was most concerned about was naturally Nangong Xuanyu's formation of his nascent soul. The official website of Chunyang Academy changed its title to gold and read yesterday. Warmest congratulations to our school principal on the successful completion of her abortion. Although Nangong Xuanyu is still consolidating his cultivation in Yuanyang Temple and has not yet emerged from seclusion, Chunyang Academy is already impatient. In addition to its own official website, it has also pushed this information to all major forums, as long as there are accounts verified by their academy. Believe it or not, the cultivators of the entire immortal sect have been discussing this matter for the past 2 days. They all praised Nangong Xuanyu, saying that he truly deserved to be the #1 core formation cultivator in the immortal sect, an invincible figure below the nascent soul stage. After 200 years, the immortal sect has finally produced a new nascent soul cultivator. After Lin Dayaming's defection, the number of nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect remained at 14. This made Chen Mobai very curious. Was this also a quantity deliberately maintained by the higher-ups? However, he soon realized that it was just a coincidence. Because in addition to Nangong Xuanyu, Kunpeng Dao Academy also followed suit and released a message. Warmest congratulations to Ms. Yi Yun, an outstanding graduate of our school, on her successful tubal ligation. This news was another piece of bad news for Chen Mobai. After all, she is the daughter of the northern underworld venerable. It is said that in order to help her achieve nascent soul formation, the Kunpeng Dao Academy exchanged some precious resources with the Sea region. The news of Yi Yun's formation of her nascent soul was another major event requiring a meeting for both the Wuqi and Jumeng lineages. The 4 of them sat down again in a small room, and Wang Xinfu recounted something he had learned. It was probably the news of Nangong Xuanyu's successful formation of his nascent soul that made the Kunpeng Academy decide to act. After all, he was also from the Patching Heaven lineage. They finally got rid of Lin Dayaming. If they didn't take this opportunity to step up, the 3 great halls would be controlled by the Patching Heaven lineage again in the next 1,000 years. Wen Renzu analyzed in a calm tone that among the 3 major halls of the immortal sect, for the past 1,000 years, their 2 lineages have been playing the role of tutors to the crown prince, basically watching the Kunpeng lineage challenge the Mending Heaven lineage. In order to maintain balance, they have generally stood with the Kunpeng lineage on major issues. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Shui had a good relationship with Yi Yun back then. Nangong Xuanyu has just formed his nascent soul, so he certainly cannot make up for the loss caused by the departure of Lin Dayaming, the lord of the Immortal Affairs Hall. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Kunpeng lineage cultivated Yi Yun, the meaning of which is already quite obvious. They wanted to seize this rare opportunity to regain control of the three main halls. After all, although the current head of the Zhengfa Hall, Xu Xian, is also a graduate of the Kunpeng Academy, she doesn't actually take sides. If she retires in the future and either Bushan or Kunpeng wants to send their own people to succeed her, there will definitely be a power struggle. The Kunpeng lineage probably still needs our two lineages, but it's also possible they'll find another way to take our positions and increase their own strength. In any case, we should be patient. Once we too reach the nascent soul stage, we can take everything back. Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei both remained calm. Over the past 6,000 years, the four major academies of the immortal sect have both fought and cooperated, experienced both peaks and valleys, and have come through it all. It is dignified to admit defeat when you are not strong enough. Once you have enough strength, you can return with a different kind of dignity. In any case, after so many years of struggle among the four factions in the three main halls, everyone has maintained a basic bottom line. Moreover, the lineage of dancing weapons still has the white light ancestor above them. Although Chen Mobai had never seen it before, for some reason, he felt that this was his source of confidence. It seems I can't let my guard down too much. Wenren Zhu stretched and got up to return to Jumeng Dao Academy, giving up half of her usual tea time to cultivate. You've reached the 7th level of core formation too. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Wenren Zuwei subtly revealed her aura. After Chen Mobai sensed it, he feigned surprise and asked a question. I just broke through a few days ago, but it's definitely not as fast as your progress. After hearing this, Wenren Zuwei said something with a slightly arrogant tone. Congratulations, committee member Wenren. Wang Xinfu immediately stood up to congratulate her, while Song Yingzhai seemed to have known this all along, looking at Wenren Zuwei with a proud and self-satisfied expression. This is the future and hope of their Jumeng Taoist temple. However, her gaze fell on the handsome and refined Chen Mobai, and she secretly envied the Dance Weapon Academy for drawing a genius even more extraordinary than Wenren Zuwei. After the four-person meeting concluded, Wenren Zuwei used the void shift technique to leave. After greeting Wang Xinfu and Song Yingzhai, Chen Mobai also disappeared using the underworld array. The news that Nanggong Xuanyu and Yi Yun had successfully formed their nascent souls spurred Chen Mobai, who was already diligent in his cultivation, to work even harder. He made perfect use of the efficiency of the Daoshui fire every day. A month later, he returned to Giantwood Ridge and, once again with the help of the purple and green twin swords, condensed a wisp of the 9 heavens pure purple qi and infused it into the Duluo fire. From then on, he was able to condense 2 strands of pure Yang True Qi every day. Before he had the Duluo fire, he had already condensed 10 strands of pure Yang True energy with the help of the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi, and in the previous month he had condensed 30 strands. In the following month, he will be able to condense 60 strands of fire using the power of the Duluo mountain. Adding them all together, that makes exactly 100 strands, which is a complete strand of pure Yang energy. Chen Mobai was full of anticipation for this. With pure Yang energy, he could truly unleash the power of the Haitian mirror. At that time, Chen Mobai also planned to use the Duluo fire to see if he could help temper this natal magic weapon and enhance its spirituality. However, because the Daoshui fire is of such a high grade that the Haitian mirror might not be able to withstand it, he needs a pure Yang True Qi before he dares to try. Just as he was thinking about a bright future, a bolt from the blue suddenly struck. Dad, Grandma has passed away. When Chen Mobai received Zio Hai's tearful phone call, he froze on the spot. Although he had long anticipated this day, when he actually received the news, he still felt an indescribable heartache welling up in his mind. Chen Mobai didn't know how he got back to Dangxia City. When he arrived home, all the relatives were already there. In addition to his uncle's family, his uncle Chen Bailan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, was also there. They were all dressed in mourning clothes and waiting. Chen Xinglan held Tang Pengqui's hand and sat on the edge of the bed with a sorrowful expression. "Son, you've come." Even so, when Chen Xinglan saw Chen Mobai, she suppressed the sadness on her face and asked him to come over so that she could see Tang Pengqui off one last time. "Dad, I'm sorry I'm late." "It's all right." She left with a smile on her face. Her son was so outstanding, and her granddaughter had successfully opened up a new realm and was hailed as the next nascent soul seed. Her heart was filled with joy. Chen Xinglan comforted Chen Mobai, who then walked to the bedside and took Tang Pengqui's already cold hand. He channeled a wisp of diluted pure yang spiritual energy into her, and soon Tang Pengqui, whose face had been pale, began to regain her rosy complexion. Chen Mobai saw that her eyes were closed, and the corners of her mouth were slightly curved. "Son, after your mother passed away, I felt that my energy and spirit were almost completely drained. I may also pass away soon. Remember to take good care of yourself and your mother and daughter." At this moment, Chen Xinglan spoke up and said these words. Chen Mobai shook his head, but when he looked up, he saw that Chen Xinglan's face was also ashen, and he looked like he was about to die. "Dad." Chen Mobai reached out and grasped his hand, wanting to transfer pure yang spiritual energy into him, but Chen Xinglan refused. "No need. I'm already content with my life so far. After failing to reach the foundation establishment stage twice, I thought I would leave you and your son 10 or 20 years early, but who knew that my wife would pass away first? But this is for the best. I don't want her to be sad. This way, only you, son, will be sad. Son, remember my words. The most important thing in life is to live a wonderful, happy, and fulfilling life. Our lives together have been incredibly wonderful and happy since the moment you were born. And now, it's time to bring it to a satisfactory conclusion." After saying this, Chen Xinglan released Chen Mobai's hand, gently sat down next to Tang Pengqui, and then closed his eyes with a smile. "Dad." Chen Mobai couldn't help but cry out in grief. His aunt Chen Yulan and uncle Chen Bailan, who were keeping vigil nearby, immediately came over and offered him words of comfort. "My brother had already told us that he was going to leave with my sister-in-law. He was waiting for you to come back so he could say goodbye to you one last time." Chen Bailan said something that silenced Chen Mobai. In a daze, Chen Mobai watched his parents being sent to the crematorium. Then, carrying 2 urns, he went to the cemetery he had chosen, opened the lids and placed the urns inside himself. Grandpa and Grandma. After Chen Mobai, Chen Ziohe came up to offer incense to Chen Xinglan and Tang Pengqui. This was also her first appearance in front of Chen Mobai's relatives. In addition to her, Shi Wanyu was also called over by Chen Mobai and introduced to her uncle's family and Chen Bailan. "My elder brother already told us before that you have a good niece-in-law and an outstanding grandniece. No wonder someone with your ambition would be willing to leave behind your bloodline." Chen Bailan also praised Shi Wanyu and Chen Ziohe highly. Chen Xinglan naturally did not reveal the truth about Chen Ziohe's background, and Chen Mobai certainly would not reveal it at this time either. He only said that it was a love affair he had in college. After graduation, he felt that it was not suitable and broke up with him. However, he did not expect that he would have a bloodline. "With such an outstanding son as you, and such an outstanding granddaughter as Zio Hai, it's no wonder that my elder brother and sister-in-law passed away with smiles on their faces." Chen Bailan spoke up again to comfort her. Chen Mobai watched Shi Wanyu and Chen Yulan clean the dust around the tombstone and chatted with his uncle, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, about his recent situation. There has been a major archaeological discovery, possibly the site of the legendary Zixel Palace. End of this chapter. Chapter 780, 1. The Foundation of Mending the Sky. Chapter 780, 1. The Foundation of Mending the Sky. Zixel Palace. Upon hearing this term, Chen Mobai was taken aback. Of course it's not the real one, but a replica built from the place where the ancient Taoist lineage stayed at Zixel Palace. Chen Bailan then said this, and Chen Mobai calmed down a little. On Earth origin star, before the existence of immortal sects, It is said that the ancestors of mankind obtained the cultivation method in Zixel Palace, which is the source of all ancient Taoist lineages. The origin of Zixel Palace is very mysterious. It was moved and shifted with the changes of the sun, moon, stars, and the celestial and terrestrial systems. It is said that it is a world unto itself, vast and boundless, containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, and demonstrating the laws governing the birth and death of all things. In ancient times, exceptionally intelligent humans entered this place, comprehended the methods of cultivation, and established various lineages and traditions. However, the real Zixel Palace will only descend upon the Earth origin star once every 1200 years. When it descended last time, the master of Zhenyang Temple, a descendant of the ancient Taoist lineage, seized the opportunity, entered it, and cultivated his primordial spirit. However, after he came out, he was killed by the two immortal saints who were waiting outside. This relic should be the place where the Purple Cloud Palace descended more than 3,000 years ago, located in the far northernmost grotto heaven. Chen Mobai talked about the archaeological discovery. Because of his excellent professional skills and no worries, he was also selected to participate in this archaeological team. After burying his elder brother and sister-in-law, he had to pack his bags and leave. The northernmost cave heaven is the northernmost point of the earthly star. It is icy cold all year round, and the sea is completely frozen. The sun hangs high above it, and it is even possible that it will not set for weeks or months. If it weren't for the fact that the immortal sects also possess some valuable resources there, they probably wouldn't even have sent people to build base stations or dispatched cultivators. There are no dedicated flights or ships to get there. One can only wait for arrangements made by the immortal sect, which may only happen once every few years, or even once every 10 years or more. Of course, once one's cultivation reaches the core formation stage, one can travel through it on their own. For example, after Lan Haitian formed his core, he went to the two grotto heavens in the far north and far south to improve his natal magic weapon and lay the foundation for the Yuan magnetic domain. Zixel Palace, more than 3,000 years ago. Upon hearing this number, Chen Mobai's mind was immediately reminded of the information he had seen in the Heaven Mending group regarding the ancient Taoist lineage. At this time, the immortal sect, taking advantage of the arrival of the Purple Cloud Palace, used its resources to kill 9 grandmasters from the most powerful ancient sects, the Divine Sect and the Demonic Sect. However, the location of the assassination plot was not detailed within the Patching Heaven group. I never expected it to be in the far north. Uncle, please take good care of yourself after you get there. After hearing this, Chen Mobai took out a talisman and drew a Xuan Yang Divine Light talisman for him. Considering that Chen Mobai had not yet established his foundation, this talisman was only of the 2nd level. However, wearing it would prevent him from being affected by cold poison. Thanks. Chen Mobai didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the gift directly before taking her leave. The archaeological team's large ship is about to head to the far north cave. If he misses this trip, he will have to wait at least several more years. Perhaps I might be able to keep you company. As Chen Mobai was leaving, Chen Mobai suddenly said something that surprised him greatly. The Purple Cloud Palace is a sacred place in the hearts of the ancient Taoist lineages, while the Heaven Mending group, to which I belong, is the one within the immortal sects targeting those ancient evil Taoist lineages. Chen Mobai's words made Chen Mobai suddenly realize something. I almost forgot that there are quite a few inheritors of the intangible cultural heritage of the ancient Taoist lineage of the immortal sect in this archaeological team. Most of the ancient Taoist lineages have already submitted to the trend and merged with the immortal sects, such as Rui sect and Bu Cliff. They are always the most enthusiastic whenever the ruins of Zixel Palace are discovered. Of course, there are also heretical sects like the Ascension cult operating in the shadows. This is the busiest time for Chen Mobai's Sky Mending group. After seeing Chen Mobai off, Chen Mobai also lit incense for his maternal grandparents who lived next to his parents' graves. On another hilltop, There are the tombstones of his two uncles and aunts. Before he knew it, Chen Mobai had reached the age where he could be an ancestor. After visiting all the pilgrimage sites on the mountain, the family silently descended the mountain. Mobai, after we leave, will leave Yinger in your care. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Uncle Wang Jianyuan and Aunt Chen Yulan looked at their daughter with some helplessness. Wang Xinying has decent talent, with an initial value of 30 points for her golden spiritual root. With Chen Mobai's guidance and the resources he provided, such as chi-replenishing spiritual water, her cultivation progressed smoothly at first. After being admitted to Taiyuan Academy, she successfully established her foundation establishment on her first attempt. However, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, her spiritual roots and talents became somewhat inadequate, and she was stuck at the third level of foundation establishment for 10 years before finally overcoming the bottleneck. Now he's stuck at the sixth level of foundation establishment, with no sign of breaking through. Wang Jianyuan and Chen Yulan wanted Chen Mobai to introduce some of his outstanding classmates, so they could see if they could have a grandson or granddaughter before he left. However, since Wang Xinying grew up with such an outstanding older brother as Chen Mobai, she has been looking for a partner based on Chen Mobai's standards. This is why she is still single. Chen Mobai did have outstanding friends like Ming Yihua and Yun Yangbing, but both of them were potential core formation cultivators and declined the offer. It wasn't just them. Most outstanding young people who graduated from the dance academy shared this idea. A family cannot be established until the great path is perfected. Only when there is truly no hope of a breakthrough will they consider starting a family and having children. There are very few couples like Wang Xingyu and Gong Ranren who can go all the way from university graduation and eventually become Taoist partners. After hearing this, Chen Mobai looked at Wang Xinying, who had grown into a beautiful and mature woman beside him, and couldn't help but smile as he recalled the little girl who used to follow him around when he was a child. I've always considered her my own sister. As Wang Xinying's older brother, he would also give her guidance in her spiritual practice whenever he had free time. When she broke through to the third level of foundation establishment, it was he who helped her buy a great breakthrough pill. However, perhaps due to limited talent, even after breaking through the bottlenecks of the third, sixth, and seventh levels, she was still stuck. This time, Chen Mobai didn't give her any breakthrough pills. Instead, he told her to relax and focus on improving her spiritual roots since her cultivation couldn't progress. The first technique for enhancing spiritual roots in the immortal sects is the alchemy technique, which is based on the metal element. Lan Haitian also cultivated this path back then, and he also had the most cultivation experience in the immortal sect. Over the years, Wang Xinying has listened to Chen Mobai's advice. Besides helping him manage the talisman factory, she has also cultivated this metal technique. Now, the value of her metal spiritual root has been increased to 46 points. Moreover, she was just elected president of the Danxia City Talisman Makers Association last year. As long as she has enough years of service, Chen Mobai can arrange a golden core pill for her without any problem. Mobai, we can rest assured now that you've said that. Wang Jianyuan and Chen Yulan nodded with some satisfaction upon hearing Chen Mobai's statement. Thank you, brother. Wang Xinying, who was standing to the side, also expressed her gratitude. As she grew older and her perspectives matured, Wang Xinying increasingly felt the immense gap between herself and the outstanding older brother in front of her, a gap as vast as heaven and earth. Now, Chen Mobai shines even brighter in the immortal sect, earning her increasing respect, but also gradually losing the carefree and playful mentality she had as a child. Call me if you need anything. You can also get to know your sister-in-law and niece better. Chen Mobai had already introduced Shi Wanyu and her daughter. Wang Xinying and Shi Wanyu were not much different in age, so if they were just friends, no one would suspect anything. Wang Xinying nodded. After returning to his home in Danxia City, Chen Mobai would no longer be coming back because his parents were no longer there. However, he still stayed there with Shi Wanyu and her daughter for 7 days. After the 7-day mourning period, he hung his parents' portraits on the wall. After the ceremony, Chen Mobai handed a box to Shi Wanyu. "This is." With a sense of doubt, Shi Wanyu opened it and found that it was a beauty-preserving bead. "You can give it to Xinying when the time comes, as a gift for your sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Shi Wanyu was slightly moved, feeling that Chen Mobai was doing this so that she could get along better with his relatives. After his parents' funeral, Chen Mobai composed himself and returned to Wanggu Cave without stopping. Nangong Xuanyu and Yi Yun have already paid their respects to the star-piercing ancestor. But another piece of bad news came. Wang Shui's attempt to form a nascent soul failed. Nangong Xuanyu has officially submitted his application to join the Zhengfa Hall. Given that he is a nascent soul cultivator, and it is not during the conference, this application needs to be voted on by the Kaiyuan Hall's rotating committee. In this precarious situation, Chen Mobai had no choice but to rush back to take charge. What does Yi Yun mean? In the same small room, the 4 members of the Wuqi and Jumeng lineages were discussing Nangong Xuanyu's application to join the Zhengfa Hall. The Vice Hall Master wanted to reject it and informed me of this, hoping that our 2 factions could join forces with them to reject the application at the Kaiyuan Hall Council meeting. Wang Xinfu said with a wry smile. In that case, we would completely offend the Patching Heaven lineage. Given that Nangong Xuanyu has reached the nascent soul stage, this decision is not easy to make. Do you 2 have anything to say? After listening, Chen Mobai nodded and then asked Wenren Zuwei and Song Yingzhai. Ying Guanghu approached the principal and hinted that our Jumeng lineage should help them. Wenren Zuwei was speaking the truth. Although the Wuqi and Jumeng lineages were very close, they were not the same lineage after all, and in the eyes of outsiders they could be divided. So what was Master Peach Blossom's reply? The principal did not reply. After hearing Wenren Zuwei's words, Chen Mobai nodded, understanding the meaning of the Jumeng lineage. Then let's split our bets this time. I'll support Kun Peng on behalf of the Wuqi lineage, and you'll support Bushan on behalf of the Jumeng lineage. Let's see which lineage is stronger. Chen Mobai's words brought a smile to Wenren Zuwei's lips. In that case, if the Patching Heaven lineage wins, you might be ostracized by Nangong Xuanyu. Recently, a site of the Zixia Palace was discovered. To prevent the Ascension sect cultivators from causing damage, as the head of the Heaven Mending Group, I feel it is necessary to lead the group members to guard it personally. When faced with this question, Chen Mobai said something completely unrelated. But Wenren Zuwei immediately understood what he meant. In that case, I'll have Kuyer come to Wanggu Cave. She happens to have a political ambition, so while you're away from the center of the 3 main halls, let her take charge of our 2 lineages' influence here. Can? Chen Mobai nodded, indicating his agreement with Wenren Zuwei's arrangement. If the Patching Heaven lineage wins the vote at the Kaiyuan Hall, Nangong Xuanyu will take over the Zhengfa Hall, and Chen Mobai will definitely have to disappear for a period of time. At least we should make a dignified exit before Nangong Xuanyu takes action. Because Jumeng's lineage supported the Patching Heaven lineage, it was able to maintain its influence within the 3 main halls. However, Wenren Zuwei also felt a sense of urgency and wanted to form her nascent soul as quickly as possible, so she did not intend to get involved in this mess. It just so happens that Pei Qingshuang has just reached the core formation stage, and she is also the daughter of Peach Blossom Master, with a background as profound as Yi Yun's. If she comes here to take over the 2 factions and preside over the overall situation, the 3 major halls will all have to give her face. After discussing their respective victories and defeats, the 4 parted ways again. After returning to the Sky Mending Group, Chen Mobai first called Wang Shui. Cough, 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 I'm sorry, I've disappointed you. Wang Shui coughed softly, speaking weakly and feebly. Not at all, senior, just focus on recovering. I'll come visit you when I have the chance in a while. After chatting for a while, Chen Mobai told Wang Shui to rest and hung up the phone. Wang Shui was also influenced by the news of Nangong Xuanyu and Yi Yun's successful nascent soul formation, and he couldn't keep his composure, which triggered his own nascent soul formation process. Unfortunately, his foundation was not as deep as theirs. Fortunately, he did not force his way to the end. After realizing the signs of his failure, he immediately sacrificed himself and regressed his cultivation level, thus saving his life. Besides Wang Shui, Nai Tinglan of the Jumeng lineage is still in seclusion, but according to Wenren Zuwei, the chances are not very high. In other words, both factions will ultimately have to wait for the two of them to grow up. Realizing this, Chen Mobai also felt that it was time to lie low, so he asked Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan to collect information about Zixio Palace, preparing to send him out at any time. The Kaiyuan Hall Rotating Committee will hold a vote in 7 days. Chen Mobai also went to pay his respects to the venerable Narcissus. However, as soon as the two met, Master Shui Xian frowned and kept sniffing with his small nose, looking quite dissatisfied. Chen Mobai immediately realized it was because he had condensed the Duyuo fire. He felt apologetic and didn't go any further. Instead, he spoke from a distance about the purpose of his visit. It was about Nangong Xunyu joining the Zhengfa Hall. Ying Guanghua has also discussed this matter with me. If Nangong Xunyu wants to take over, I will hand over the military to him. Chen Mobai received bad news from the Narcissus Master. According to the conventions of the immortal sects, the military headquarters is directly subordinate to the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall. However, there were instances where responsibilities were delegated. For example, when the White Light Ancestor became the master of the Righteous Law Hall, he was so engrossed in the immortal sect sword techniques that he delegated the military powers to the deputy master. If a nascent soul cultivator takes over, then it is within the scope permitted by the laws of the immortal sect. However, this would mean that the Hall of Righteous Law would have 2 deputy hall masters. What does Vice Hall Master Gongsun mean? Chen Mobai asked the question, but received an answer he had expected. She has long wanted to go into seclusion to take the infant nourishing pill. If Nangong Xunyu takes over, she will take the opportunity to ask for leave from seclusion. During her absence, Nangong Xunyu will also take over her duties to prepare for taking over the Zhengfa Hall in the future. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that after Nangong Xunyu formed his nascent soul, the situation was essentially hopeless. After all, this Zhengfa Hall had been managed by Ying Guanghua for hundreds of years, and its influence was deeply entrenched. The key positions in the 2 major departments were all held by people from their Patching Heaven lineage. If the Kunpeng lineage cannot be stopped, then it is a foregone conclusion that Nangong Xunyu will become the next master of the Righteous Law Hall. In that case, could you do me a favor, Lord? Chen Mobai knew that the reason why Master Shuixian told him these things was because he was the person in charge of the Wuki lineage in Wangwu Cave Heaven, and one of the players qualified to participate in these power shifts at the highest level. In that case, he should prepare for the worst. That's simple. After hearing Chen Mobai's request, Master Shuixian nodded and signed his name on the document requesting that Chen lead the elite of the Heaven Mending Group to guard and protect the Zixio Palace expedition team. If the Kaiyuan Hall Rotation Committee does not approve Nangong Xuanyu's entry into the Zhengfa Hall in 7 days, then the Hall Master shall pretend that this document was never signed. After receiving the document signed by Narcissus remotely, Chen Mobai smiled and said something. All right, you can go now. Don't ever come see me again. Narcissus pinched her nose and waved at Chen Mobai, telling him to disappear and not appear in front of her again. Thank you, Lord, I'll take my leave now. Chen Mobai immediately left the island of Narcissus. Then he went to the Zhengfa Hall and talked with Gongsun Jilu, who was handling official business. She was already tired of her job. If it weren't for the fact that Master Shuixian gave her the infant nourishing pill, for which she was grateful, she would have already gone into seclusion like Uncle Yi Yun. Now that Nangong Xuanyu is coming to take over her position, she is even somewhat happy. But the Kunpeng lineage behind her disagreed with this. Yi Yun had already spoken with her, and even if Nangong Xuanyu took over the Zhengfa Hall, she should remain at her post and try to stop him for as long as possible. She's caught in the middle now. However, whatever she does, Master Xuexian supports her. After all, both she and Nangong Xuanyu would help her handle government affairs, so she could still have some free time. As expected, even in the immortal sects, one can change the overall situation once one's cultivation is strong enough. Chen Mobai said this with a sigh. Nangong Xuanyu was the first person to reach the core formation stage, but he was only an ordinary counselor in the Kaiyuan Hall. Now, having just achieved nascent soul formation, he is being arranged by the heaven-mending lineage to advance along the path of one of the three great hall masters. So I really want to drop everything and go into seclusion. Gongsun Jilu's resentful words made Chen Mobai smile. By the way, your sword intent seems to be getting stronger and stronger. When my vacation is approved, let's have a proper sword debate and hone our skills with each other's sword intent. When Chen Mobai was saying goodbye and leaving, Gongsun Jilu suddenly said this. Okay, we'll talk about it when I have time. Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then immediately nodded and gave a perfunctory reply. After returning to the heaven-mending group by using the underworld array, Chen Mobai used his inner vision to look at the longevity sword intent that he hadn't paid attention to for a long time. He found that the progress, which was originally almost stuck at 10%, had suddenly progressed to 50%. He fell into a moment of unexpected contemplation, then began to recall his memories. However, because he had been focusing his inner observation on the fusion of the great sun Yang fire and the extreme Yang slash during this period, he did not know when such a huge breakthrough had occurred. With his small book in hand, Chen Mobai entered into deep thought, ruling out one possibility after another. Finally, the key point was discovered. When he looked at the world from the perspective of the heaven and earth, he noticed that two thick but dim lines were missing. Chen Mobai remembered very clearly that these two lines were the ones connecting him to his parents. In other words, is it because these two wires are missing? Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised. He studied the function of this external world for a long time, and all he knew was that there was a line connecting him to everyone he was related to, and that the line would disappear in most cases when a person died. However, in rare cases, the threads may remain connected, forming a new, delicate yet resilient thread. Because some samples were still missing, Chen Mobai simply recorded the information and would analyze the similarities and differences using the Fangkun book once enough data was collected. Now, with the passing of his parents, he has lost two of his thickest threads, and no new threads are being born. The longevity sword intent resonates even more strongly with me because of this. Realizing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but focus his inner self on the sword intent once again. The fusion of the great sun Yang fire and the extreme Yang slash is almost complete. Next, he wants to see if there will be any further progress if the sword intent is reanalyzed after the rapid progress. After finishing that, Chen Mobai then used the dual fire to diligently refine pure Yang true energy. 7 days later, an internal meeting was held in Kaiyuan Hall, represented by the rotating committee. During the meeting, the document approving Nangong Xuanyu's application to join the Zhengfa Hall was approved. Upon seeing the voting results, Yi Yun, who was in charge of chairing the meeting, turned cold and aloof. However, faced with the overwhelming trend, she had no choice but to announce this result. As one of the rotating committee members, Chen Mobai immediately returned to the Sky Mending group after the meeting to prepare for troop deployment. Jialan, come with me. Zijing, you'll have to stay at headquarters. The personnel had already been drafted beforehand, and Chen Mobai first assigned 2 of his own loyal followers. Then the elites from each group were selected. Just as the Sky Mending team was getting busy, Chen Mobai received a call from Lan Haitian. You changed your tune way too fast. Lan Haitian's words were very artful, and Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile slightly after hearing them. It's better to run on your own than to be chased away. Within the immortal sects, as long as you want to maintain your dignity, no one will go so far as to kill you. Although Chen Mobai's actions were the most correct path, Lan Haitian originally thought that, with his personality and pride, coupled with the powerful force he represented, even if he stayed behind to cause trouble for Nangong Xuanyu, he could hold out for a long time. Even if Nangong Xuanyu's political skills were slightly lacking, if Chen Mobai and the Kunpeng lineage joined forces, it would be possible to trap him in the military, preventing him from seizing control of the other key departments and powers of the Zhengfa Hall. After all, in the immortal sects, the nascent soul realm is merely the threshold for becoming one of the three hall masters. To truly rise to a higher position, one still needs to be adept at navigating social relationships. There are quite a few nascent soul cultivators who, after serving in the three great halls, slinked back to teaching. But in that case, I should thank you. Lan Haitian smiled and said that this phone call was also Ying Guanghua's idea. The latter had just used the power of the Patching Heaven lineage to send Nangong Xuanyu into the Hall of Righteous Law, and naturally did not want anyone to oppose him. If Chen Mobai is willing to back down directly, it would be a good thing for the Patching Heaven lineage. While I'm away, I'll trouble you to keep an eye on the Patching Sky group. Since Lan Haitian had gained some credit, Chen Mobai naturally wanted him to pay some price. Well, it just so happens that Lin Yin has successfully formed her core and is coming back. I'll let her keep her position in the Heaven Mending group for now, so that it will be convenient for her to step in if we encounter any difficult problems. Over the years, Lan Haitian has been in the Immortal Affairs Hall. His methods of handling matters have become even more gentle and approachable. When Chen Mobai led the elite members of the Heaven Mending group on a mission, Lin Yin, as the deputy leader, was Lan Haitian's direct subordinate and essentially a member of the Heaven Mending lineage. Nangong Xuanyu had no reason to target the Heaven Mending group under her command. However, in addition to his position in the Heaven Mending group, Lin Yin was also given a new position in the Immortal Affairs Hall by Lan Haitian. At that time, her main work will be in the Immortal Affairs Hall. The Patching Heaven group was actually still entirely under the control of Hua Zijing, Chen Mobai's direct subordinate. After the two ended their call, Zhuang Jialan led 3 people in. These were the 3 group leaders of Groups 2, 3, and 6 of the Heaven Mending team, who were also the ones who would be leading most of their elite members on this mission with Chen Mobai. Because of the large number of people, Chen Mobai asked Zhuang Jialan to apply for 2 combat aircraft. The 3 team leaders were quite surprised to hear that the head of the team was personally leading the group this time. After briefly explaining the mission, they all turned serious upon hearing the words Zixel Palace. Chen Mobai agreed to set off early the next morning. That evening, he went to see Yan Bingxuan. That kid got away pretty fast. In a simple room, after Lan Haitian reported Chen Mobai's reply, Nangong Xuanyu couldn't help but sneer. You've worked hard. It seems we don't need to play the rest of our cards. Ying Guanghua nodded to Lan Haitian, then looked at the other person sitting opposite him. Palace Master, I'll be going now. As Lan Haitian got up to leave, he glanced at the 3 people sitting in the room and couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. He never expected that, besides Nangong Xuanyu, Gong Ajixu would also successfully form his nascent soul. Is this the foundation of the Heaven Mending lineage? End of this chapter. Chapter 782, The Inch-Sized Book, Infinity. Chapter 782, The Inch-Sized Book, Infinity. This business trip might take a bit longer. In the morning, Chen Mobai bid farewell to Meng Huinger with a hint of apology. Yes, it's okay. I'll always wait for you to come back. Meng Huinger responded with a gentle expression. It must be said that among all his female confidants, the emotional value she provided was the most comforting to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai felt no pressure when he was with her. After leaving Meng Huinger's home, he went to the airport. The members of the Sky Mending group had already left Wanggu Cave in the morning, traveling to the far north in military aircraft. Chen Mobai, on the other hand, had to go home for some business and meet 2 people, so he would be 2 days late. However, because he is a golden core cultivator, he can fly the last leg of the journey to the far northern cave on his own. With a deafening roar, he was already in the sky. Chen Mobai sat in his window seat, watching the Wangwu cave below grow smaller and smaller until it disappeared from his sight, and began to ponder. Over the past 2 days, he has bid farewell to all his friends at Wangwu Cave. Yan Bingxuan subtly mentioned that the environment in the far north cave was suitable for her cultivation. But Chen Mobai could only pretend he didn't understand and parted ways with her at the street corner. After all, if Yan Bingxuan went with him, he wouldn't be able to just disappear forever. He would have to stay with her for a long time. Moreover, Chen Mobai deliberately left this time. After all, if he were to remain in seclusion for an extended period in Wangwu Cave, the core of the immortal sect, it would have a negative impact and would also put a lot of pressure on his subordinates. But after going to the far north cave, he will be able to spend more time managing things in the heavenly river realm, just like those in Yumu Dangxia. Especially at this crucial moment when he was about to complete his core formation, he felt that using Nangong Chuanyu to enter the Zhengfa Hall and break away from the center of the immortal sect was the wisest and most appropriate choice. Wait until I return after I have formed my nascent soul. This was the last thing Chen Mobai said to Yan Bingxuan. The outskirts of Yumu City. Inside the prison cell, guarded by the military, Gu Changfeng was completely absorbed in making a root carving. He had been escorted here for almost 60 years. Every day, apart from eating and sleeping, he would select tree roots and carve them to generate revenue for the military. The prisoners inside the cell have their cultivation sealed, and they have no spiritual energy to cultivate. But he was, after all, a Foundation establishment cultivator, and his hands were steadier than those of the other prisoners. He was currently carving a monkey, and the gnarled tree roots were gradually coming to life with lifelike detail under his strokes. He was sentenced to 60 years in prison for practicing forbidden arts, and he will be released after serving his full sentence in just 1 year. It was precisely because of this that he grew increasingly hopeful for the days ahead, waiting with anticipation for the day he would see the light of day again. Just as he was about to carve the most crucial eyes, a sound of footsteps approached. Number 40,756, someone wants to see you. The door opened, and a military cultivator spoke to Gu Changfeng. Yes, sir. After nearly 60 years of labor reform, Gu Changfeng immediately obediently put down his tools and got up to follow them out. Who wants to see me? Gu Changfeng was puzzled. He was all alone in the immortal sect and had no relatives or friends who would come to see him. There were some alumni gatherings before, but after the incident, they all distanced themselves from each other. Soon, Gu Changfeng discovered that he had been taken to an interrogation room. He walked in and sat down in his seat without being told what to do. His hands were immediately bound by a restriction. Team leader Chen will be here shortly. The military monk in the room said something, and then pasted a talisman on the wall. Team leader Chen. Who is this? Is he the new head of the Patching Sky Group? Shouldn't Lan Haitian take over? Filled with doubt, Gu Changfeng saw a handsome young man enter, accompanied by a male and a female military cultivator. This feels kind of familiar. The moment Gu Changfeng saw Chen Mobai, memories that had been sealed away for decades began to resurface one by one, and he soon came across a very distant scene. That was at his evergreen pharmacy. A brief conversation between myself and the handsome young man in front of me. After Lan Haitian approached him, Gu Changfeng knew he couldn't escape, so he made a decision. Don't bother looking for her here anymore. I've expelled her from the sect. The memories in his mind became completely clear. Gu Changfeng clearly remembered the incredulous expression on Chen Mobai's face when he said those words to Kingnu. Long time no see. As Chen Mobai's voice rang out, Gu Changfeng looked up at him with a mixture of shock and disbelief. You? This is committee member Chen from Kaiyuan Hall, who also serves as the head of the Heaven Mending Group. He has some questions for you. Just answer truthfully. Miao Wanliang, who was in charge of the cell, immediately introduced Chen Mobai's identity and background. After Gu Changfeng's guess was confirmed, his pupils widened suddenly. It's been less than 100 years. Not only has he reached the core formation stage, but he is also a powerful figure in the three main halls. That once naive and immature boy has grown to such a level and status. In his shock, Gu Changfeng recalled the scene when the boy had ruthlessly mocked and ridiculed him for offering to compensate him for the loss of his medicine pool, and for asking him not to expel King Nu from the sect. Commander Chen. Finally, Gu Changfeng lowered his head and respectfully greeted Chen Mobai. You don't need to be nervous. I'm here just to ask some simple questions. There had been instances of the Zixel Palace ruins appearing in the immortal sect before. On that occasion, Gu Changfeng and others entered unintentionally and obtained forbidden techniques from the ancient Taoist lineage. Yes, sir, ask away, I will answer to the best of my knowledge. Gu Changfeng was very respectful. Chen Mobai took out the dossier about him, which had been interrogated by Lan Haitian. It basically covered all aspects of Zixel Palace and the ancient Taoist lineage. But there is one thing that is not recorded. That's Qing Nu. According to Chen Mobai's estimation, given Lan Haitian's intelligence, he shouldn't have overlooked this clue. However, it is possible that because Qing Nu was also involved with Lin Dayaming, a prominent figure who was then the head of the Immortal Affairs Hall, she deliberately did not conduct a thorough interrogation on this aspect. It's also possible that they asked, but because the questions revealed something that was difficult to handle, they deleted it from the case file. Chen Mobai came here this time specifically to ask this question. Was it a coincidence that you took Qing Nu as your disciple, or was it arranged by someone behind the scenes? The moment he asked that question, Gu Changfeng's respectful expression changed instantly. An unusual atmosphere began to fill the room. The military cultivators, including Miao Wanliang, who were observing the interrogation, sensed something was wrong as they waited for Gu Changfeng's reply for a long time. Who is Qing Nu? They didn't know, but they did know that this matter was not simple. She performed exceptionally well in the course on identifying medicinal herbs, and since I needed an assistant, I took her on as my disciple. After Gu Changfeng finished speaking, Chen Mobai looked at the heart-questioning talisman to confirm that it was true, but he shook his head and continued to ask more probing questions. Did you know that Qing Nu was a product of the Fairy Sprout Cultivation project? Gu Changfeng's face showed a struggle, but under Chen Mobai's piercing gaze and the heart-questioning talisman pasted on the wall, he finally sighed and nodded dejectedly. No. In your decision to take Qing Nu as your disciple, besides your own will, who or what force was pushing you from behind? The dragon and tiger ancestor of the Ascension sect. Having found a breakthrough, Gu Changfeng stopped resisting. Moreover, he knew that since Chen Mobai had come, he must have relevant evidence, so he told the truth. How did you come into contact with and connect with the dragon-tiger ancestor? In the ruins of Zixel Palace, there is a puppet that performs magic. After we went in, we obtained some forbidden techniques from the puppet. Some people couldn't control themselves and started to cultivate them, and thus became puppets of the Ascension sect. And you? At that time, my cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck for 30 years. In the third year after leaving Zixel Palace, I couldn't resist the temptation of breaking through and started practicing the devouring god technique. After that, I was approached by the puppet of the dragon-tiger ancestor, and under his instructions, I took Qing Nu as my disciple. Hearing this, Chen Mobai roughly confirmed one thing. Yan Xinji should be the dragon and tiger ancestor. It's just unknown whether he was reincarnated after his death or whether he inherited this ancient lineage and its title. After asking these questions, Chen Mobai inquired about the situation of the Zixel Palace ruins. However, this content had already been reviewed beforehand. After confirming that it matched the file in his mind, Chen Mobai nodded to Miao Wanliang beside him, and the two left the room together. The criminal is connected to the Ascension cult. Report this to the Law Enforcement Department and see if the sentence needs to be extended. As soon as he stepped out the door, Miao Wanliang tentatively asked a question. Just report the matter truthfully and let the higher-ups decide what to do next. After saying this, Chen Mobai left a box of tea and then left the cell. He actually had no grudge against Gu Changfeng, but after this matter was reported, the latter's impending release from prison would definitely encounter some setbacks. After the interrogation, Chen Mobai returned home. After telling Shi Wanyu and Chen Ziohe about his business trip to the far north cave, the mother and daughter were naturally very reluctant to part with him. However, being within the immortal sect, they also knew that they had to prioritize the overall situation. Dad, then come back soon. The next day, Chen Ziohe took leave and, together with Shi Wanyu, sent Chen Mobai to Dangxia City. You're an adult now. Take good care of your mother while I'm not around. After exchanging a few words with his daughter, Chen Mobai looked at Shi Wanyu beside him and went over to speak to her privately. After I leave, you'll have to work hard here at home. Okay, be careful out there. Shi Wanyu nodded gently and gave a word of advice with some concern. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai waved goodbye to the mother and daughter, then used the underworld array to enter the airport directly. After leaving home, Chen Mobai arrived at the place closest to the far north. Snowy Sea Cave Heaven. This is Wang Shui's hometown, and also the last transit point on the way to the far north cave. Normal flights to Xianmen only go this far north. After Chen Mobai came down, he was taken by a Foundation establishment cultivator to the place where Wang Shui was recuperating. Cough, 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 why did you come all this way? Wang Shui sat in the chair, his face looking much older, and he exuded an air of decay. How are you feeling? Chen Mobai sat down and asked with concern. It's all right, but the technique of forming the elixir has been broken, so your essence, energy, and spirit can no longer be locked, and your 9 heavens pure purple qi has been wasted. Wang Shui poured Chen Mobai a cup of tea with a wry smile, which the latter accepted with both hands. It's a pity that I don't have enough time or cultivation level to refine a complete elixir. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the two began to discuss the current situation of the upper echelons of the immortal sect. Your choice is correct. Nangong Xuanyu has the support of the Patching Heaven lineage. If you had stayed, you would have been pushed out by the Kunpeng lineage to fight him in the Hall of Righteous Law. Given the overwhelming strength of the Heaven-Mending Army, by combining the power of the 3 lineages and with your methods, we might be able to win or even trap Nangong Xuanyu in the military headquarters. But in that case, we might completely antagonize Ying Guanghua. Taking a step back now is like opening up a whole new world. We can come back to choose sides after Kunpeng and Bushan have decided who is the victor and the situation has stabilized. After listening to Wang Shui's analysis, Chen Mobai sighed that he was indeed the person in charge of their lineage in the 3 main halls, and his thoughts were almost exactly the same as Wang Shui's. However, due to a lack of information, there was one thing that led to an incorrect judgment. Kunpeng probably can't win. Besides Nangong Xuanyu, another person from the Patching Heaven lineage has also successfully formed his nascent soul this time. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Wang Shui was first shocked, then frowned, and finally sighed and uttered a name. Gong Ajixu. He knew almost everyone who had received the infant care pill. A quick glance at the list was enough for him to recognize who they were. Although I don't know why it hasn't been announced yet, it's obviously prepared for the Kunpeng lineage. I wonder if Yi Yun will be sensible and retreat obediently like me. If Chen Mobai doesn't back down, then it will be Gong Ajixu who will fight him. This person previously served as the Deputy Hall Master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, and his abilities were among the most outstanding in the Immortal sect. After all, the 3 Hall Masters often don't get involved in affairs. Gong Ajixu's actual ability to manage government affairs was recognized by everyone. Chen Mobai was confident that he could defeat Nangong Xuanyu, but he had little confidence against this person. The infinite realm of the star-piercing ancestor is truly unbelievable. Wang Shui said with emotion. Oh, is this matter also related to ancestor Kaingsing? Chen Mobai asked, somewhat puzzled. The ability obtained from the star-piercing ancestor's small book is called Infinity, which means that one can see the moment when the realm has no limits. Relying on this ability, He always broke through the cultivation realm at the most opportune time, and all of them succeeded easily on the first try. That is, he was stuck for a period of time before reaching the threshold of the nascent soul stage. After reaching the nascent soul stage, this ability can even be used on other cultivators. The fact that so many nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect's heaven-mending lineage are basically due to the guidance of ancestor Kaingsing. The fact that Nangong Chuanyu and Gong Ajiksu were able to form their nascent souls this time must be because they received guidance from ancestor Kaingsing. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was greatly shocked. He thought his ability to interpret the small book with the grandeur of heaven and earth and all living beings was already quite amazing. Unexpectedly, the star-pulling ancestor's abilities were even more extraordinary. With limitless power, will the ancestor be able to reach an even higher level? Chen Mobai immediately thought of this. Beyond the heavenly river realm, above the nascent soul stage lies ascension. The immortal sects also explore this realm, which is called refining the void. It is said that if one can reach this realm, one can completely refine the world gate, the number one treasure. But no one, regardless of who they were, ever truly succeeded. At most, they can only take half a step. Perhaps, but since our ancestor hasn't mentioned it, none of us dare to pry into it. Hearing Wang Shui's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel regret. It is a pity that I could not receive guidance from the star-pulling ancestor. You don't need to worry too much about Wangwu Cave Heaven. After all, Ancestor Baiguang is still here, so they won't dare to go too far. Focus on your cultivation and strive to reach the peak of core formation in the shortest possible time. Then come back and prepare to compete for the next nascent soul spiritual object. After hearing Wang Shui's words, Chen Mobai nodded with a somewhat strange expression. The two chatted for a while longer, and before leaving, Chen Mobai left behind a box of tea. It's so late, shouldn't you rest for a day before leaving? No, it's not advisable. It will take 3 days and 3 nights to fly to the far north cave anyway. We can't keep the people below waiting any longer. Chen Mobai declined Wang Shui's offer to stay, and then directly rode the crimson cloud and smoke robe towards the northernmost point of the Earth origin star. The extreme northern cave is perpetually frigid, and the site of the Zixel Palace ruins is located in the deepest part of this frigid region. Archaeologists from Xiamen dug down nearly 1,000 meters into the ice before finally reaching the site. By the time Chen Mobai arrived, most people had already gone deep inside. He found Zhuang Jialan waiting outside. Team leader. Zhuang Jialan greeted him as he descended from the sky. Nothing unusual was found, right? Not yet. Our people are in the archaeological team, and the inheritors of the ancient Taoist traditions are all abiding by the rules. We haven't found any trace of the Ascension cult. Zhuang Jialan gave a brief report on the situation. Chen Mobai nodded, then used the one leaf obscures the eyes technique to enter the ruins and wander around. He didn't notice any strange puppets or anything like that, so he was slightly relieved. The discovery of the ruins of Zixel Palace will definitely attract the Ascension cult to come and spy. If I am there, they will not dare to show themselves, so I will hide in the shadows and see if I can lure out some not-so-bright cultists. Chen Mobai gave a reason, and Zhuang Jialan nodded, indicating that she understood. This is Zijing's Azure Origin treasure pot. I've placed a formless puppet inside. If you encounter a situation you can't handle, just release the puppet, and the wisp of my spirit that I left inside will be activated. In the past, Hua Zijing opened a bronze pot in the Wanbao Cave, which was an extremely precious storage artifact in the immortal sect. For Chen Mobai's trip this time, they were requisitioned first. Yes, team leader. Zhuang Jialan nodded and solemnly accepted the Qingyuan treasure pot. After arranging things here, Chen Mobai went to the nearby frigid sea area. It is possible to mine water mist ice crystals here. Chen Mobai can also take this opportunity to launder these resources, which will pave the way for either Yan Bingxuan or Chen Ziohe. Of course, he actually found an uninhabited ice reef, used talismans to hide himself from the crowd, and then clicked on the tortoise to return to the eastern wilderness. On the Jumu Ridge side, he inquired about recent events. The main task was to set up the telescope and establish a connection. Although Yi Yun and others had their own guiding principles, they still encountered many obstacles, since this world had no experience in this area. In addition, the Zhou King God sent the essence of the 5 elements for this year. Adding those to what he already had, he could condense a whole stream of primordial true qi, and there would still be some left. Sect leader, when senior brother Zhou came, he also mentioned that 2 people at Flying Dragon Pool broke through their bottlenecks and successfully established their foundations after consuming the 3 treasures for foundation establishment. When Gu Yan delivered the 5 elements essence, she also shared this good news. Good, good, good. In that case, I can also get the alchemy department to start collecting materials and refine this on a large scale. Chen Mobai was very happy. The materials for refining 1 foundation establishment pill could be used to refine more than a dozen foundation establishment 3 treasures. Each of the 5 elements sect's former disciples at Flying Dragon Pool would be given 1 foundation establishment 3 treasure, which would cost at most the materials for 1 batch of foundation establishment pills. If half of these people can successfully establish their foundation, then Chen Mobai's annual harvest of the 5 elements essence will be enough to condense at least 2 or 3 strands of primordial true qi. If he spares no expense, he could probably master the Hunyuan true qi within 10 years. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai felt that his chances of forming his nascent soul were getting greater and greater. He checked the time and found that there were only 23 days left before the start of the Beidou conference. He then gave Yi Yun and his team some pointers on communication matters from a user's perspective before leaving Jumuling. Of course, before going to Baiyuan City, he didn't forget to visit the Tianpeng Mountain Villa. You can see if you can get your hands on a discarded satellite artifact from the sky. That would make setting up the sky-piercing instrument much faster. After spending some time with Kingnu, Chen Mobai brought up the recent events in the sect and offered her thoughts. I'll ask my friends at the Sky Curtain Network Management Bureau when I have time. The satellite artifacts outside of Earth Element Star are all array nodes of the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array. However, over time, under the long-term impact of the essence of the Sun and Moon and the cosmic tides, they may be damaged. Some may be repaired, while others are simply replaced due to high costs. How are Zheng Wu and his apprentice doing in their training? I plan to have them refine the 3 foundation-building treasures on a large scale. It's barely usable, so let them refine it here. I can keep an eye on it from the sidelines so I can help if anything unexpected happens. Chen Mobai was very grateful for Kingnu's words. The next day, Chen Mobai issued a sect leader's order to Zheng Wu to refine the 3 foundation-building treasures. Zheng Wu immediately returned to his sect to prepare the materials. Yan Jinai stayed behind to do her final practice under Kingnu's guidance. After the 3 foundation-building treasures are completed, the chief position of the alchemy department will be handed over from Zheng Wu to Yan Jinai. Then I'll be going now. On this day, Chen Mobai bid farewell to Kingnu at the mountaintop. Okay, when you get to the Beidou conference, don't forget to collect those medicinal herbs. Kingnu reminded them that besides the Spirit Essence Pill, Golden Liquid Jade Rejuvenation Pill, and Water Essence Golden Elixir, there are also the 3 spirit medicines for nascent soul formation. Knowing that Chen Mobai was about to form his nascent soul, Qingnu was a little worried and wanted to refine a complete set of nascent soul elixirs for him. Chen Mobai memorized all the main and auxiliary medicines she mentioned. However, he felt that it was impossible to collect them all at once. But he still clung to these hopes. What if they really do all of them? After arriving in Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai first went to the mountaintop to visit the Golden Sun Spirit Tree that was being irrigated with the myriad transformations Thunder Water. Originally, this spirit tree should have been enlightened and upgraded by him using the method of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. But when Zhuo Ming came to take care of it before that, he discovered that this Golden Sun Spirit Tree actually had the tendency to upgrade on its own. Moreover, this intention grew stronger and more intense after being nourished by the myriad transformations thunder water. After thinking about it, Chen Mobai decided to give it a chance. After all, spiritual plants that have been artificially enhanced through forced growth have no chance of advancing to the next level. As the future center of his five-element sect's grand plan, Baiyuan City may not be the end point for the fourth-order spiritual vein. If this plant has the potential to reach the fifth rank, then he will have one more option to suppress a fifth-rank spiritual vein in the future. Under his resonant voice, the Golden Sun Spirit Tree released a strong aura of growth. The tree absorbed the spiritual energy of the earth veins of Baiyuan City continuously. Under the neutralization of the myriad transformations thunder water, it merged with its own natural energy, which began to promote the growth of its trunk and the lushness of its branches and leaves. Chen Mobai could hear that the Golden Sun Spirit Tree was growing every moment. The bottleneck that originally limited it no longer exists under the power of the myriad transformations thunder water. It is gradually progressing towards the fourth level. Chen Mobai estimated the time, diluted the last of the myriad transformation thunder water, and handed it to Yuan Qi, instructing him to water the plants on time during his absence. In the following time, Chen Mobai refined the 5 elements of essence on the mountaintop. With the help of the dual Yuo fire, he easily condensed the second complete stream of Hunyuan True Qi. Besides the primordial True Qi, he also did not slack off on the pure Yang True Qi. Just as he had condensed most of the second strand of pure Yang True energy, people from Kongsang Valley came over. I didn't expect it to be Mingwen herself. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chen Mobai greeted him politely. No. Besides announcing her trip to Dongyu to attend the Beidou conference, Mingwen Zhenren also came to purchase a batch of spiritual rice pills and other supplies. They had just settled down in the desolate ruins, and the spiritual fields they cultivated were all used to grow pure bamboo. They could only buy spiritual rice and other items from the 5-element sect. Fortunately, Chen Mobai was not a profiteer and allowed Yuan Qi to sell at normal prices. Moreover, due to the successful development of the Eastern Wilderness Plateau, the price of first-grade spirit rice had fallen to an unprecedented low. This surprised Kongsang Valley, which had initially thought it would suffer a huge loss. However, these events combined made them realize that Chen Mobai, the leader of the 5-element sect, was indeed a rare and sincere person in the Tianhe realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 783 Star Heaven Dao Sect. Chapter 783 Star Heaven Dao Sect. While Mingwen Zhenren was purchasing and collecting spirit rice, Chen Mobai was also taking stock of the 5-element sect's assets. I will definitely need to bring some local specialties from the Eastern Wilderness as a bargaining chip when I go to the Beidou conference. Spirit stones and the like are used to make up for the price difference, so they are also very important. After all, there are very few two resources that are completely equivalent. Chen Mobai took stock of the 5-element sect and his own assets. Over the years, due to the continuous development of the Eastern Wilderness Plateau, Baiyuan City had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. Moreover, since the central hub of the 5 elements and 5-vein spirit treasure pavilion is located here, there is a stock of nearly 50 million spirit stones. However, most of these are low to medium-grade spirit stones. At the Beidou conference, the default transaction is for high-grade spirit stones. Chen Mobai finally exchanged 3,000 high-grade spirit stones and put them into his own domain. Of course, he also took some mid to low-grade ones, just in case. Of these, 1,000 high-quality items were his own personal savings. Because a lot of resources were used to upgrade the 4th-tier spiritual vein and feed the purple and green twin swords. Aside from the spirit stones, he didn't touch the remaining 4th-tier resources of the 5-element sect. He only carried the returning to truth pill, the youth-preserving pearl, and 5 4th-tier immortal peach fruits. Zhou Shenking knew that the opportunity of the Beidou conference was rare, so he persuaded Chen Mobai to bring sect specialties such as longevity tree fruit, Qingyang fire, and fourth order longevity wood. But Chen Mobai just smiled. He had long ago prepared the longevity elixir scripture, which was extremely precious to the Tian realm. This longevity elixir classic was updated by Qing Nu, making the elixir formulas on it seem like genuine ancient formulas. If it encounters someone who knows its value, this longevity elixir classic is priceless. Or rather, almost everything Chen Mobai brought was priceless when needed. Time quickly came to the day when Mingwen Zhenren left. Chen Mobai followed her to the Kongseng Valley in the desolate ruins. Among them, Zhou Shenking was somewhat worried and followed behind them. However, it turned out that he had worried too much. The Mukin master seemed even older, and the aura of decay emanating from her made Chen Mobai feel as if he could kill her. "I'm sorry to have made such a fool of myself," sect leader Chen. When Master Mukin saw Chen Mobai, who had come with true person Mingwen, he nodded slightly on his wrinkled face, and then took the clean bamboo hat handed to him by Yi Chenghen. After she put on this magical artifact, wisps of pure energy descended, obscuring her face and concealing all traces of her decay. "I'll have to trouble you this time, Master." Chen Mobai spoke very politely to the old ancestor of the wooden chin, who nodded slightly and then took out a lush green bamboo boat. With a flick of the wind, the verdant bamboo boat transforms into a flying magical artifact capable of supporting 4 or 5 people. The old ancestor of the wooden chin went up first, followed by true person Mingwen. Chen Mobai immediately followed. Besides the 3 of them, there was also Xiao Lingli, whom he knew. "We need to inform senior brother Kuzhu about the establishment of this separate courtyard. She will leave after going to Dongye." Mingwen Zhenren spoke up to explain, and Chen Mobai nodded in realization. "Junior sister, please take care of Master." Below, Yi Chenghen, who had stayed behind to guard the house, clasped his hands in a fist salute and addressed Mingwen Zhenren. The latter nodded, and then the emerald bamboo boat transformed into a streak of green light and shot into the sky. On the bamboo boat, the old ancestor of the wooden chin sat upright at the bow, his aura concealed by a bamboo hat, and it was unclear whether he was cultivating. Chen Mobai chatted casually with Mingwen in person. If it weren't for the intervention of the sunbathing sea, the Xuanxiao Dao Palace would have been crushed by our Kongseng Valley long ago. As they chatted, the conversation naturally turned to the recent situation of the Eastern barbarians, and Mingwen Zhenren's tone was full of hatred. "Pity." Chen Mobai said those 2 words from the bottom of his heart. Their 5-element sect in Xuanxiao Dao Palace are already irreconcilable mortal enemies. If Kongseng Valley can kill Jin Feng Leiazu, then he can save himself a lot of trouble. After all, even if the 5-element sect were to wait in comfort in the eastern wilderness, they would still have to pay a heavy price if they wanted to kill the Xuanxiao Dao Palace cultivators led by ancestor Jin Feng. And no matter what, Kongseng Valley bought Chen Mobai a lot of time to form his nascent soul. It's also second senior sister's fault. If she hadn't fallen into the demonic path and practiced the corpse disintegration technique, which attracted the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect to come to our door, senior brother Kuzhu wouldn't have had to suffer the punishment of being pierced by 7 swords. If it weren't for my senior brother's severe injury, which gave the white crow ancestor of the sun-bathing sea hope of annihilation, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. The people of Dongyi are all cunning and wicked, unlike sect leader Chen, whose people in the eastern wilderness are mostly sincere. Chen Mobai felt a little embarrassed by Mingwen's words. He was merely maintaining the most basic moral standards of being a human being. Under his exemplary leadership, the disciples of the sects in Beiyuan City all adopted this spirit. Furthermore, in order to settle in Beiyuan City, one must sign a commitment letter stating that one is not a tribulation cultivator. Therefore, when Mingwen Zhenren trades or purchases items there, the merchants will follow the market rules set by the 5-element sect. This gave her the illusion that the locals of the eastern wilderness were of much better character than the eastern Yi. Since Kongseng Valley is still under siege by Yu Rai Hai and Xuanzio Dao Palace, why did Master Mukin lead you out to establish a separate courtyard in the desolate ruins? Chen Mobai asked another question that had been puzzling him for a long time. Don't be fooled by the fierce attacks of the two factions. The core of our Kongseng Valley's protective array is a fifth-order pure bamboo. With the addition of Master's hundreds of years of planning and optimization, it has already reached the peak power of the fourth order. Only a cultivator at the nascent soul stage could possibly break the array. When Mingwen Zhenren said this, she had a proud look on her face. As the most outstanding array master in Dongyi, Mukin left behind a sect array that, as long as a nascent soul cultivator is in charge, there is no need to worry about Xuanxiao Dao Palace and Yu Rai Si. Sharp. After hearing this, Chen Mobai gave a thumbs up. The main reason for establishing this separate courtyard is that Master felt his days were numbered and wanted to leave a seed for our Kongseng Valley lineage in the final moments of his life. The reason we chose the Eastern Wilderness at the beginning was because someone from the Starry Sky Merchant Guild told us that Yan Shayan of Huishan Valley had failed to achieve nascent soul in their eastern mountain. They needed a new force to enter the Eastern Wilderness to balance the increasingly powerful noble clan. Moreover, if our Kongseng Valley were to establish a separate residence in the Eastern Wilderness, the Xingshan merchants would be willing to provide all the necessary resources and even hand over their 10,000 acres of Panlong spirit rice to us. Although Huishan Valley is weak, it still has 8,000 acres of medicinal herb fields. If we can take over these, we will be able to gain a foothold in the Eastern Wilderness very quickly. It's a pity that the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce doesn't know that your sect's ancestor, Zhou Shenking, has actually reached the nascent soul stage. At this point, Mingwen sighed. If there were no nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness, even if Ancestor Mukin was in a half-crippled state, he could still deter and clear the area while Kuzhu was holding off Ancestor Jinfeng and Ancestor Beiwu. But no one expected that the Five Elements sect could hide so deeply. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's gaze turned slightly cold. My positive impression of Xingshan Chamber of Commerce has decreased again. However, from their perspective, a unified Eastern Wilderness is indeed not conducive to doing business. But since we've gone to such lengths, we need to carefully consider our future cooperation with the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce. However, I have to go to the Beidou conference now, so I can only keep this matter in mind for the time being. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai asked again, will the other three nascent soul ancestors of the Eastern barbarians participate in this Big Dipper conference? Upon hearing this, Master Mingwen immediately shook her head. Right now, none of the three major factions of Dongyi dare to back down first. Before the results are in, the Beidou conference cannot affect them. It is now clear that Xuanxiao Dao Palace and Yu Rai Hai want to take advantage of Ku Zhu's severe injuries to kill him. After all, Ancestor Jin Feng's lifespan was not long, and Ancestor Bai Wu was well aware of how terrifying a sword cultivator could be once he grew up. If we don't take action now, and wait until Ku Zhu's cultivation advances further, then we'll be at their mercy in the future. This is something that the White Crow ancestor cannot tolerate. After all, he originally thought that as long as Jin Feng and Mu Qin outlived them, Dongyi would be his domain. Now, not only have their dreams shattered, but they may even have to be inferior to others. So after seeing the flaw in the bitter bamboo, he could no longer hold back. Once a fight is launched, according to local custom, unless a more powerful external force intervenes, it must be a fight to the death. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai asked another question. So, are their qualifications for the Beidou conference just going to be wasted like this? Master Mingwen shook her head. That won't happen. As long as you have an invitation and can prove that you are a disciple or relative of a nascent soul cultivator, you can still enter the Big Dipper conference. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. That's good. He was also wondering if he could exchange a fifth-tier sun fruit with the sunbathing sea. If the White Crow ancestor doesn't go to the Big Dipper conference, his replacement should be Zhu Yun, whom he's dealt with before. After all, she had already reached the peak of core formation, and desperately needed the three lights' divine water to form nascent soul again. After that, Chen Mobai fell silent and began to sit upright on the bamboo boat to refine his pure yang spiritual power. Mingwen Zhenren took out a spirit stone and began cultivating as well, but her foundation was clearly inferior to Chen Mobai's. When she finished her cultivation, Chen Mobai was still meditating with his eyes closed. Bored, she called over her disciple Xiao Lingli and began to instruct her in cultivation. Chen Mobai didn't actually devote himself entirely to cultivation, since he was surrounded by outsiders. Perhaps taking his presence into consideration, Master Mingwen and her disciple did not mention the true secret techniques of Kongsang Valley during their conversation. Since the desolate wastelands between the eastern wilderness and the eastern barbarians had been largely cleared out by cultivators from both regions, they did not encounter any particularly powerful demonic beasts this time. Chen Mobai didn't even need to lift a finger. Xiao Lingli, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, was dealt with. About 3 days later, they entered the territory of the Eastern Yi. This place is quite different from the Eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai found that the terrain was getting lower and lower, the mountains were more beautiful, and the water system and rivers were more developed, as if he had come to a plain and water town. In comparison, the Eastern wilderness is a plateau region. Chen Mobai silently observed, recording the terrain he saw in the sky and drawing it onto Gui Bao's blank map. After flying over Dongyi for half a day, they put Xiao Lingli down on a desolate mountain devoid of spiritual energy. Chen Mobai didn't know how Xiao Lingli would return to Kongsang Valley, which was surrounded by Xuanxiao Dao Palace and Yuri Sea, but there should be a hidden teleportation array. But this teleportation array certainly isn't on this desolate mountain. After all, he's an outsider, and it's impossible for him to see it. Sect leader Chen, since Master is a nascent soul cultivator, it would be easy to expose ourselves if we used the large teleportation array in Golden Crow, Immortal City. Therefore, we need to cross the continuous mountain range between Dongyi and Dongyu. As she flew through the air in the bamboo boat once more, Master Mingwen spoke apologetically. Chen Mobai nodded as well. Between Dongyi and Dongyu, there are vast mountains that separate them, forming part of the desolate wilderness. These mountains harbor many poisonous insects and ferocious beasts, and even nascent soul cultivators risk perishing if they are not careful. Especially after the advent of large teleportation arrays, most cultivators from both regions would rather spend spirit stones than traverse this dangerous mountain range in order to save money. However, he soon discovered the route the bamboo boat traveled seemed to be a safe one. They encountered almost no powerful poisonous insects or demons along the way. This route was opened up by our Kongsang Valley over 1,000 years before the large teleportation array was built. It was also one of the safe channels for us to communicate with Dongyu and even Dongtu. Seeing the confusion on Chen Mobai's face, Mingwen Zhenren took the initiative to explain. I see, but is it okay for me to know this route? Chen Mobai's words made Mingwen shake her head with a wry smile. Since the large teleportation array was built, we in Kongsang Valley no longer use this route. Only our master still travels through it because of his sensitive status. In other words, this route is exclusively for nascent soul cultivators. As Chen Mobai was thinking this, he soon discovered that a very strange and evil aura was rising from a valley below, transforming into a dark red and powerful demonic energy. But before the demonic aura could rise, the verdant bamboo boat flashed with an even more crystalline green light and instantly darted 1,000 miles away. After a few flashes, the dark red demonic aura had been thrown far away. This is a fourth-order dark purple scorpion. Even a nascent soul cultivator would suffer physical collapse if stung by it, and without an antidote, their mind would gradually perish in excruciating pain. When Mingwen Zhenren spoke up to explain, Chen Mobai was taken aback, realizing that this place was indeed full of treasures. This grade of venomous scorpion can be used to refine a kind of elixir used by immortal sects to stimulate the enhancement of spiritual consciousness. Unfortunately, in the immortal sects, this pill formula can only refine first and second-tier pills at most, because artificially cultivated scorpions of the third tier or higher are not available. Wild animals are protected spiritual beasts and cannot be killed to obtain medicine. Next, Chen Mobai encountered many strange and terrifying poisonous insects and monsters, but Zhezhu showed his prowess at this time. This is also a flying magic weapon made from 4th-grade high-quality pure bamboo. Its speed is among the top even among 4th-grade magic weapons. Most of the poisonous insects and monsters below were at the 3rd tier, but instead of stopping to clear them out, they directly accelerated the bamboo boat to avoid them all. About 7 days later, they finally crossed the continuous mountain range and entered the territory of Dongyu. This place is quite different from the plains and water towns of the Dongyi people. You can see huge mountain ranges rising abruptly from the ground and piercing the sky. Surrounded by clouds and mist, they give people a sense of grandeur and strength. Chen Mobai saw that these mountains seemed to be filled with spiritual energy, and he could see buildings made of white stones that went straight up the mountains, forming one village after another. And among some of the majestic mountains, villages have been transformed into fortified settlements and small towns. He could even see people dressed in simple blue clothes, carrying different kinds of poisonous insects, traveling through the mountains and rivers, gathering various fruits and vegetables. These are the humans living in Dongyu. Because of the mountains and rivers separating them, they are scattered and do not form a kingdom. They revere the cultivators of the Xingqian Dao sect as immortal masters. Due to the terrain here, it is difficult to grow rice and similar crops. However, after tens of thousands of years of evolution, the locals have been able to coexist with poisonous insects, which gives them a certain ability to protect themselves. The Xingqian Dao sect sends people over every now and then to help them drive away powerful and uncontrollable poisonous insects with magic, and they also take away people with spiritual roots to teach them cultivation methods. Mingwen gave a brief introduction to the customs of Dongyu, and Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. As their bamboo boat flew over a mountain, it was spotted by several young men and women dressed in blue and wearing headdresses. They cheered and knelt down to pay their respects. The mortals here worship cultivators as true immortals. After discovering this, Chen Mobai thought that if he could educate these people to move towards civilized society, it would be a great merit. However, this is just wishful thinking. After all, Dongyu is dominated by the Xingqian Dao sect, which is a superpower in the eastern continent second only to the Holy Land. With 7 nascent soul cultivators, Chen Mobai even suspected that the current One Yuan Dao Palace might not be as strong as it. After traveling through the sky for 3 more days, they arrived at the foot of the tallest mountain. This is the most magnificent sacred mountain Chen Mobai has ever seen in his life. It was enormous, blocking his view from a great distance, towering into the clouds as if reaching straight to the starry sky. The mountain peaks were shrouded in mist, like a thin white veil gently draped over them. At the mountainside lay a dense, towering forest, so large that Chen Mobai felt the entire giant tree ridge could easily fit within it. What shocked him most was that the mountaintop seemed to have been cut off by a powerful being, leaving behind a vast and boundless platform. Solemn and imposing stone palaces spread outwards from the center of the mountaintop. Just as the mountaintop was about to fall into the abyss, a towering, massive city wall formed a circle, protecting everyone inside the stone city on the mountaintop. Within the stone city, at regular intervals, there are 365 stone pillars carved with different star patterns, forming a complete star map on the ground atop the mountain. The 7 tallest stone halls resemble 7 dazzling stars, shining brightly even in the daytime. This must be where the 7 nascent soul cultivators from the Star Heaven Dao sect are located. Normally, only 3 nascent soul cultivators are stationed at Star Pillar Mountain. With the Beidou conference being held this time, I wonder if the other 4 have returned. As the bamboo boat flew towards the stone city atop the mountain, true person Mingwen spoke to Chen Mobai. She had followed the old ancestor of the wooden Qin, and had been here several times already. They are very familiar with the Star Heaven Tao sect and the Big Dipper Assembly. For example, the Grand Elder of the Star Heaven Tao sect is named Xingji Shangren. He reached the nascent soul stage a long time ago and is said to have been pursuing the opportunity to become a divine transformation cultivator. They even traveled to places outside the eastern continent through the Taiksu Misty Palace, but their current whereabouts are unknown. The youngest nascent soul cultivator, known as Xinghuo, had just formed his nascent soul 60 years ago. It is said that he had already condensed a wisp of starfire, one of the most powerful true fires in the heavenly river realm. When cultivated to its peak, it can even transform into an immortal fire, a powerful divine ability that allows one to ascend. Just as the two were talking, a bright silver starlight flew out from the mountaintop and landed in front of their bamboo boat. So it's fellow Taoist Mukin from Kongsang Valley. It seems that only you came from the Dongyi region this time. The bright silver light faded, revealing a middle-aged man with white hair and beard and a slightly plump figure. Chen Mobai could tell at a glance that this was also a nascent soul cultivator. Greetings, fellow Taoist Xingchen. This time, you are in charge of the Big Dipper Conference. The xylophone began with a flat tone, showing no trace of its usual weakness or weariness. Haha, fellow Taoist, you guessed wrong. This time the Grand Elder has returned and I was just helping out with errands. As Master Xingchen laughed, he reached out and took the invitation from Mukin. Then, he opened a starlight portal above the mountaintop array, inviting them to enter. From beginning to end, he didn't glance at Mingwen Zhenren or Chen Mobai once. After entering the Xingchen Tao sect, Master Xingchen disappeared. Sect leader Chen, my master and I are going to Black Stone Street to rent 2 cave dwellings. Would you like to come with us? The Starry Sky Tao sect will not provide accommodation for those who come to the Big Dipper Conference, or perhaps they want their disciples to take advantage of this rare opportunity to make a fortune. I'll look around first and then contact you both later. Chen Mobai was ready to act freely. Mukin and her apprentice had already thought of this as well. Entering this place required verification, but leaving did not. If sect leader Chen wishes to leave with us later, he can let me know. Master Mingwen gave him a talisman for contact. Chen Mobai nodded, and then the three of them parted ways. Before Chen Mobai arrived, he had heard Zhou Shenking mention the Beidou Conference. This can be considered a trade fair for the resources of the Star Heaven Tao sect. For 60 years, the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce has traveled to all regions of the eastern continent, and the precious resources they have collected will be displayed and sold here. The entire conference will last 49 days. Every 7 days, the Star Heaven Tao sect would take out an incomparably precious spiritual item. It must contain the 3 lights divine water. When Chen Mobai and his group arrived, there was still half a month before the Beidou Conference officially began. Generally speaking, apart from those from major holy sites, most people who receive invitations will arrive in advance. Because in addition to selling their own resources, Xingtian Daozong also needs to exchange the resources they have for other things. Senior, do you need me to show you the way? I am He Sui, an inner disciple of the Xingchen Tao sect, and I know everything about this stone city. Seeing Chen Mobai standing alone on the street, a young man in a star-colored robe with a friendly face walked over and politely introduced himself to him. How much does it cost? Chen Mobai really needed a guide, so he couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, He Sui held up a finger with a delighted expression. With a high-grade spirit stone, I would be considered a senior during the Big Dipper tournament, available whenever I was called. So expensive. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but curse the Star Heaven Tao sect's exorbitant prices in his heart. However, cultivators who can participate in the Big Dipper Conference certainly won't care about the gain or loss of a high-grade spirit stone. He was the same. So Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. Can I use mid to low-grade spirit stones instead? Chen Mobai asked a question, and He Sui hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then Chen Mobai gave him a mid-grade spirit stone as a deposit. I want to refine an ancient elixir formula. Take me to the place here where medicinal herbs are sold and traded. Senior, please come with me to Wood and Stone Street. Upon hearing this, Hisui immediately went to meet him. Before long, they arrived at a street filled with the scent of herbs. Chen Mobai walked in and found that there were all kinds of different mineral medicines on both sides. There were also spiritual plants, but they were not as many. Upon inquiry, it was learned that Dongyu had many pills, but those made primarily from minerals were considered a rather unique alchemy system of the Xingqian Dao sect. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded, then told Hisui to leave, and prepared to inspect each shop one by one. However, Hisui said he would wait at the door. Chen Mobai thought he was afraid that he would renege on his debt, so he didn't say anything more. He went into the first shop and began to check it with his divine sense, referring to the list given to him by Qing Nu. In this shop, he found 2 auxiliary medicines he needed, both of which were second tier. After inquiring about the price, he decided not to buy them for the time being. Next, he looked at a few more shops and found the same auxiliary medicine. The price difference wasn't significant, but every little bit saved counted. Do you know anyone familiar with the prices of medicinal herbs here? As Chen Mobai walked out of the 5th shop, he asked Hisui. There is a senior sister, but it also requires spending spirit stones. After inquiring about the price, Chen Mobai was surprised to find it cost 2 high-grade spirit stones. He thought about it and decided that he couldn't waste his time here, so he nodded in agreement. A short while later, a female cultivator with an ordinary appearance but an outstanding figure followed Hisui over. Her name was Lu Huixin. After they reached an agreement, Chen Mobai gave her a list and asked her to help find the medicinal herbs listed on it. Then Chen Mobai went to the end of the street, to a place where bartering was the only option. However, as soon as he entered, he discovered an unexpected person. A cultivator with an aged face, slightly dark circles under his eyes, and a dim, almost non-existent aura. Yan Shayan. He didn't die, even after failing to form his nascent soul. End of this chapter. Chapter 784 Thatched Cottage. Chapter 784 Thatched Cottage. According to the custom in the heavenly river realm, if one fails to form a nascent soul after the core breaks through, it is basically a death sentence. Could it be that Yan Shayan obtained a bottle of the 3 lights divine water? Chen Mobai considered this possibility. Do you know this person? Chen Mobai pointed to Yan Shayan, who was talking to the stall owner in front of a stall, and asked Hisui beside him. This person is named Yan Shayan. Because he is able to refine some 4th-order pill formulas, he was recruited as a guest elder by our sect's merchant guild. A few years ago, I rented a 4th-tier cave in Zixingfang to try to form a nascent soul, which also triggered a celestial omen. Unfortunately, my foundation was too shallow, and I collapsed halfway through. But he is said to be a supreme elder of a small sect outside of Dongyu, with some status. Before forming his nascent soul, he exchanged for a pseudo 3 lights divine water, so although he failed to break through, he still managed to save his life. Hisui glanced at Yan Shayan and surprisingly recognized him. He then proceeded to introduce him in detail. What is fake 3 lights divine water? Chen Mobai heard a term he had never heard before and couldn't help but ask again. It's a defective product of the genuine 3 lights divine water. The content of the poison is far beyond the standard. Although a cultivator can save his life after taking it, his spiritual power will be destroyed, and his blood and qi will be reduced to less than 1/10. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up. Erysipelas levels exceeded the standard. He is least afraid of erysipelas. However, if there were any side effects from the depletion of spiritual energy and blood, he wouldn't dare to consume it even if he possessed the phoenix facing the sun diagram. But Chen Mobai had already memorized this fake 3 lights divine water. At this moment he also understood why Yan Shayan looked like he had dark circles under his eyes, a weak aura, and was about to die. But for some reason, seeing Yan Shayan like this, Chen Mobai felt a faint sense of pride. This was a carefully planned scheme of his, and after so many years of patient strategizing, Everything was progressing according to his plan. Although Yan Shui-Yin's survival made the outcome less than perfect, upon further reflection, Chen Mobai realized that Yan Shui-Yin's survival might actually be more advantageous for the five-element sect's unification of the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai then inquired about the background of the cultivator who set up the stall from He Sui, and learned that he was a core formation cultivator from the Xingqian Dao sect who was skilled in body tempering, named Shen Changlong. Shen Changlong's body tempering realm had long since broken through to the peak of the third tier using precious resources such as Panlong spirit rice, but his own spiritual power was being refined slowly, and he was still far from the perfection of core formation. At this moment, Yan Shui-Yin was standing in front of Shen Changlong's stall, examining a herb with pale blue leaves and bright silver veins. This is a fourth-tier sky blue silver light grass. You've looked at it almost 3 times already. If you want to change it, then change it. If not, then get out of here and don't get in my way of doing business. Shen Changlong was a cultivator with a face full of scars. He spoke to Yan Shui-Yin in an annoyed tone. It's a pity. If it were the old me, I would definitely have traded with you, but now you're of no use to me. After hearing this, Yan Shui-Yin shook his head with regret and put down the sky blue silver light grass in his hand. Boss, what would you like to exchange this herb for? A warm and familiar voice rang in his ears, and Yan Shui-Yin shuddered. He then turned to look at the person who had come. The young man with jet black hair and a refined appearance was also looking at him. The moment their eyes met, the young man gave him a gentle smile and nodded slightly. Master Yan, it's been a long time. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yan Shui-Yin hesitated for a long time before finally replying. Sect leader Chen, what a coincidence. After hearing this, Chen Mobai took out a returning to truth pill and handed it to Shen Changlong. I've never heard of this kind of pill before. I need to find a fellow Taoist from the moral sect to have it appraised. Shen Changlong set up his stall here because he wanted to take advantage of the Beidou conference to exchange pills that could enhance the spiritual power of the late-stage core formation realm with the top righteous cultivators of the entire eastern continent. However, the returning to truth pill that Chen Mobai offered in exchange was not one of the famous pills in this area. Fellow Taoist Shen, this pill is called returning to truth. I took 4 of them to achieve the perfect formation of the core. At this moment, Yan Shui-Yin suddenly spoke up. Shen Changlong knew of his expertise in alchemy, but the cultivators of the Tianhe realm were very cautious. Even so, he still insisted on going to the shop of the Dayad sect. Sect leader Chen, if the pill is genuine, I will cover the authentication fee. When Shen Changlong said this, Chen Mobai nodded since he was upright and had nothing to fear. However, when he left with Shen Changlong, Yan Shui-Yin stood still and did not follow. Chen Mobai glanced at him, but didn't say anything more. This is, after all, the Star Heaven Dao sect. Even nascent soul cultivators must abide by the rules and cannot engage in combat or kill each other. Letting Yan Shui-Yin disappear from his sight, Chen Mobai had already followed Shen Changlong to the end of the street. It turned out to be a thatched hut, inside which were some cultivators dressed in Taoist robes, entertaining the core formation cultivators who came and went. Chen Mobai even saw one of the nascent soul cultivators, who wore a purple-gold crown and had a face as fair as jade. Before Chen Mobai arrived, he had already inquired about the place from He Sui. I now know that this is the sacred land of the East, the thatched cottage of the moral sect, which is also a shop that sells, refines, and appraises elixirs, a one-stop shop. Even across the entire Tian realm, the reputation of Caotang is universally respected. After all, the nascent soul true monarch of the moral sect is one of the few sixth-order alchemists, and even has the reputation of being the #1 alchemist in the Heavenly River realm. In the Eastern continent, Caotang is undoubtedly the authority on elixirs. Please come this way, both of you. After hearing what they said, a young Taoist boy immediately led them to a side room. Inside sat a female Taoist priest dressed in a moon-white robe. She had an ordinary appearance and a simple demeanor. It was the Dayad sect cultivator in the thatched cottage, who was responsible for appraising elixirs. Chen Mobai dared not spy on the disciples of the Holy Land. After a general assessment, he discovered that her cultivation level was no less than his own, and she seemed to be a cultivator who had reached the peak of the core formation stage. It can only be said that this is worthy of the moral sect. Even ordinary alchemists sitting in their halls have this level of cultivation. Just as he was thinking this, the female Taoist priest had already taken the returning to truth pill. Then, she held the pill in her palms with her fair hands, and strands of shimmering white light intertwined like silk threads to form a cocoon, enveloping the returning to truth pill. After half an incense stick's time, the shimmering white light dissipated. There's nothing wrong with the pills. They can indeed be used to enhance the spiritual power of cultivators in the late core formation stage. Upon hearing this, Shen Changlong was both surprised and delighted, but there was still one crucial thing that needed to be authenticated. May I ask, fellow Taoist, what is the quality of this pill? Although the measurement of the toxicity of pills in the heavenly river realm is not as precise as that of the immortal sects, which can measure it to several decimal places, they still have a general assessment. For example, the fake Three Lights divine water was made with too much poison during the refining process. According to the standards of the Dayad sect, the quality of elixirs can be divided into superior, medium, and inferior. Superior grade is the standard sold by Kaetang. Inferior grade is the minimum that cultivators can consume, and middle grade is in between. Shen Changlong had already decided that as long as there was a mid-level standard, he would switch. The quality of the elixir is top-notch. But at this moment, the female champion spoke hesitantly. What's a top-quality item? Shen Changlong doubted that he had misheard. He had never heard of a top-grade elixir in his entire life. This returning to truth pill is free of poison. According to the standards of my moral sect, it can be classified as a top-grade pill. Upon hearing the female Taoist priest's words, Shen Changlong gasped. Not only him, but also the Taoist boy who came in with him, and he stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Especially the former. As a disciple of the Dayad sect, he was well aware of the true value of the term exquisite. Ordinary low-grade pills are fine, but even the alchemy masters within the moral sect, who are free of poison, must consider the patient's condition before attempting to make a high-grade third-tier pill. It generally requires a lot of luck, as well as being very familiar with the formula and having refined it many times before it is possible to successfully refine it. May I ask which master craftsman refined this elixir? When the female Taoist priest returned the returning to truth pill, she asked the question out of curiosity. Shen Changlong immediately looked at Chen Mobai, who smiled slightly and casually offered an excuse. I found this elixir in the sect's treasury. It may be a work left behind by a senior. It's best for Qing Nu to remain hidden until the five-element sect has sufficient strength. After all, people here are unpredictable. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, the female Taoist priest's eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't say anything more, only nodding. Shen Changlong was very happy to give the sky-blue silver light grass to Chen Mobai. However, after Chen Mobai took it, he immediately handed it to the female Taoist priest in front of him and asked her to help identify it. Seeing this, Shen Changlong's face turned pale and then red, but this was the norm in the heavenly river realm, so he couldn't say anything. This azure silver light grass is only a low-grade fourth-rank grass. Compared to this top-grade returning to truth pill, we might need to make up some of the price difference. The results of the female crown test made Shen Changlong's brows twitch even more, but he didn't dare to act recklessly in this place. Sect leader Chen, I wonder how many returning to truth pills you have. I'm willing to exchange one of these for another one, as a way to make up the difference. Finally, he gritted his teeth and took out a bottle. This is the Starlight Spirit Liquid of my Star Heaven Tao sect. It is a body-tempering spirit liquid that is compatible with any cultivator and is also one of the 3 ingredients of the Three Lights divine water. He standing next to him, looked shocked when he took this out. However, Chen Mobai did not know the origin of the Starlight Elixir, so he handed it over to the female Taoist priest on the other side for appraisal. Fourth-tier spiritual liquid of medium to low quality can be used to repair any physical damage. If the physical body is perfect, it can be used to improve body tempering techniques. After listening to the female Taoist priest's assessment, Chen Mobai thought about how his longevity body had been at the peak of the third tier for quite some time, and wondered if the starlight elixir could help him break through this bottleneck. "Brother Shen, please." Chen Mobai took out the second return to truth pill and exchanged it with Shen Changlong with a smile. However, Shen Changlong followed suit and handed it over to the female Taoist priest for further appraisal. Quality exquisite. Hearing the same evaluation again, Shen Changlong's hesitation about giving away the starlight elixir disappeared. The members of the moral sect, however, confirmed that someone had indeed successfully refined a batch of top-grade, third-tier pills. It wasn't just luck that a single one came out by chance. When Chen Mobai and Shen Changlong left the thatched cottage, they both had smiles on their faces. After the two parted ways, Chen Mobai entered the thatched cottage again. He ran into the young Taoist who had led the way and asked if there were any high-grade medicinal herbs for sale here. "Fellow Taoist, our moral sect only accepts high-grade medicinal herbs." The young Taoist priest, however, said something rather arrogantly. Besides helping to identify elixirs, Kayatang also undertakes the refining of elixirs for others and sells elixirs for its own disciples to practice with. The disciples of the Dayad sect are mostly alchemists, so they consume a huge amount of medicinal herbs every year. This has resulted in the Dayad sect having the largest medicinal herb fields in the East, yet the demand for various medicinal herbs remains extremely high, especially for high-grade herbs. These herbs are so scarce that they are in high demand, and if the herbs they grow are used up, they can only wait for hundreds or even thousands of years to mature. Therefore, Kayatang only accepts medicinal herbs and never sells them. Chen Mobai felt very sorry after hearing this. Next, he inquired about what it was like to take on the task of refining pills. "Fellow Taoist, our Kayatang has a list of the types of pills we can refine. We cannot refine pills that are not on the list." As they were talking, the young Taoist took out a jade slip and gave it to Chen Mobai. This was the list. Chen Mobai reached out and took it, and after glancing at it, he discovered that the highest grade of pills on it was only third level. This disappointed him somewhat. "I was originally thinking of collecting the materials for a batch of nascent soul pills and asking the moral sect to help me refine them." After leaving the thatched cottage, he coughed lightly and asked a question. "Has the place for your residence been decided yet, senior?" Chen Mobai shook his head, and he immediately began to introduce the spiritual vein cave in Shicheng. Among these, the highest level of cave dwellings open for rent are those with fourth-order spiritual veins. However, the price is also very expensive, one high-grade spirit stone per day. A third-tier cave dwelling can be inhabited for 2 months with a single high-grade spirit stone, which is about the same duration as the Big Dipper tournament. Generally, cultivators with limited means will choose a third-tier cave dwelling. Chen Mobai thought for a moment. If he wanted a fourth-tier cave dwelling, he would need to spend almost half a year's worth of profits from his Xi'an shop during this Beidou conference. That's a bit expensive. Senior, if you want to live in a fourth-tier cave dwelling, my brother's master happens to have one that is vacant, and we can offer it at a discount. At this moment, he spoke up again, apparently to lay the groundwork for this. Let me think about it some more. Could you help me find my friend from before? Chen Mobai did not immediately agree to these requests, but instead inquired about the missing Yan Shayan. He nodded after listening. Please wait a moment, senior. I'll go ask the senior brother in charge here. About half an hour later, he returned and told Chen Mobai some news. Previously, this guest elder Yan lived in a fourth-tier cave dwelling, but after his nascent soul formation failed, he retreated to a second-tier cave dwelling and rented it for 60 years. He probably wanted to wait there to die. From fourth order to second order. The difference is too big. Chen Mobai felt that if he were in Yan Shayan's position, he definitely wouldn't be able to accept this. Under He Sui's guidance, he soon arrived at almost the very edge of Shicheng. The more central the spiritual vein cave of the Star Heaven Tao sect, the more vigorous it is. The 7 cave dwellings of nascent soul cultivators are located in fifth-order spiritual energy, while the central area of the stone city surrounding them is a fourth-order cave dwelling. Going outwards to a larger circle, you reach the 3rd tier. The transition continues to the outermost layer, where you encounter 2nd tier, low-grade spiritual energy. Even Qi-refining disciples of the Star Heaven Tao sect initially enjoy 2nd-tier spiritual energy. This treatment made Chen Mobai sigh that it truly lived up to its reputation as a superpower in the Tianhe realm. He Sui knocked on Yan Shayan's door. A moment later, the door was opened. Upon seeing the 2 people at the door, Yan Shayan's face revealed an expression of, "I knew it. Did sect leader Chen come here today to wipe us out?" As Yan Shayan spoke, his tone was bleak, filled with despair, yet also carrying a strange sense of relief. "Ah, senior, we can't fight inside Stone City. Even if there's a grudge, you have to let me think of a way to get him out of the city." When He Sui heard Yan Shayan's words, he really thought that Chen Mobai was going to make a move here. He was very surprised and tried to stop him while also suggesting a compromise to keep Chen Mobai calm. "Master Yan, what do you mean by this? Although we are not exactly friends, we are acquaintances who have worked together for a long time. Seeing you here today, I feel the joy of meeting an old friend in a foreign land, so I came here specifically to catch up with you. How did you suddenly accuse me of trying to kill you?" At this point, Chen Mobai looked displeased and turned to leave. He Sui was also confused when he heard this, but he immediately followed his customer and left. Yan Shayan frowned even more when he saw this scene. But seeing Chen Mobai's figure about to disappear around the corner, he immediately called out to him. "Please forgive me, sect leader Chen. I was judging you by my own petty standards. Please come in and have a chat." Chen Mobai stopped upon hearing this. "You should go back first today. I'll catch up with Master Yan. Come find me here tomorrow." Hearing Chen Mobai's words, He Sui nodded and left without hesitation. After all, Chen Mobai was a core formation cultivator, and if he really wanted to do something, he simply couldn't stop him. A moment later, Chen Mobai had already followed Yan Shayan into this secluded 2nd-tier stone courtyard. "Master Yan, why don't you go back to the eastern wilderness? Without you as our leader, Huishan Valley is showing signs of splitting up." Chen Mobai pretended not to know and asked. "Sect leader Chen, there's no need for us to beat around the bush. You must already know my situation," Yan Shayan said with a miserable expression. After hearing this, Chen Mobai poured himself a cup of tea. "How effective is the fake 3 lights divine water? My cultivation has been basically destroyed, and the spiritual power that has been restored is basically filled with inescapable poison. But if I don't cultivate, my essence, energy, and spirit will continue to decline, and I will be closer to death." Yan Shayan did not hide his situation, and told everyone that the pseudo-3 lights divine water could save him from failing to form his nascent soul. But the price was also very tragic. "All we can do is wait to die. He's just getting by now, living one day at a time." Master Yan is indeed adept at understanding people's hearts. As long as you don't show your face in the eastern wilderness, you can keep our 5 elements sect wary of you. Chen Mobai smiled slightly after hearing this. "Not at all. With sect leader Chen's great talent and ambition, he will unify the eastern wilderness sooner or later. Whether I am here or not makes no difference at all." After failing to achieve nascent soul, Yan Shayan had time to reflect on the past. They soon discovered that Chen Mobai had provided the pill formula and was collaborating with them to refine pills, which was very suspicious. They could roughly guess why Chen Mobai did this. Even if he had figured it out back then, he probably would have continued down the path arranged by Chen Mobai. "Are infant formula pills effective?" Chen Mobai asked another question. This nascent soul elixir enabled the 3 members of the immortal sect, including Nangong Xuanyu, to successfully form their nascent souls, which showed that it was indeed effective. However, he wondered if the version refined by Yan Shaoyan after his improvements was also problematic. It was this pill that helped me nurture the nascent soul Dao seed and trigger the nascent soul formation heavenly sign. It's just a pity that my foundation is too shallow to nurture it into a strong one and draw in the spiritual energy of the heavenly sign to break the core and form the nascent soul. Yan Shaoyan's words delighted Chen Mobai. In that case, the infant nourishing pill left behind by Yan Shaoyan was obviously also useful to him. Master Yan, I wonder if you would be willing to return to the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai continued to ask. At this moment, he was thinking of cleaning up the last remnants of the eastern wilderness. If Huishan Valley is also brought under the control of the five-element sect, then the eastern wilderness will be truly unified. Returning to one's roots is naturally my wish, and given my current situation, I cannot make any demands. Please give your instructions, sect leader Chen. Yan Shaoyan nodded with a wry smile, which meant he had completely surrendered. As long as you lead Huishan Valley to merge into the five-element sect, I am willing to hand over the management of the alchemy department to you. After you pass away, your memorial tablet can be placed in the ancestral hall of the five-element sect. This would make Yan Shaoyan a sinner against Huishan Valley for all time, but in doing so, it would leave a way out for all the disciples of Huishan Valley, and even their legacy could be passed down within the five-element sect. Moreover, if the disciples receive proper ideological education in the future, they may be able to be reborn and take power within the five elements sect as the lineage of the returning heaven. Sect leader Chen, do you think I'm such a great person? But Yan Shaoyan shook his head and said this. To ask him to sacrifice everything to help the five-element sect integrate all the legacies of the returning Heaven Valley lineage is not in the character of a cultivator from the heavenly river realm. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well leave a good reputation in the eastern wilderness. If you can do that, the poison from the fake three lights divine water in your body might not be impossible to cure. Chen Mobai uttered a sentence that made Yan Shaoyan's eyes widen. Really? Yan Shaoyan put down his teacup with trembling hands and asked in disbelief. I once encountered a mysterious senior in the desolate ruins. Chen Mobai continued with the excuses he had given Zhou Shenking and the others, then took out a top-grade returning to truth pill and handed it to Yan Shaoyan. Definitely a fourth-level or higher alchemist. As the #1 alchemist in the eastern wilderness, Yan Shaoyan was very confident in his alchemy skills. After all, even the Star Heaven Dao sect was willing to accept him as a guest elder. As an alchemist who had personally refined the return to truth pill, he was most aware of the difficulties involved in this formula. At least in his eyes, even if he refined dozens of batches, he might not be able to produce such a top-quality product without any poison. Only a fifth-level alchemist can do this, even higher than the fifth rank. At that moment, Chen Mobai once again took out the longevity elixir scripture, which had been modified by Qing Nu. Having already seen the table of contents, Yan Shaoyan immediately took it and began reading after receiving a signal. He trembled involuntarily just by looking at the pill formulas he possessed, sensing the pinnacle of alchemy. Sect leader Chen, do you mean that this senior has a way to remove the poison from my body? After putting down the longevity elixir scripture, Yan Shaoyan asked hopefully. I can't guarantee anything about this matter, but if there is anyone in the heavenly river realm who can solve your problem, then besides that nascent soul true monarch of the moral sect, it would probably be this senior from the other world. Chen Mobai continued to deceive him, and Yan Shaoyan, who had no way out, did not hesitate at all when he saw a glimmer of hope. If there is anything the sect leader needs me to do in the future, please just give the order. End of this chapter. Chapter 785, Palace Master of Biluo. Chapter 785, Palace Master of Biluo. With hope of survival, Yan Shaoyan immediately changed his previous stance of preferring death to surrender. Chen Mobai smiled and asked him to extend his hand. Then he performed the burning lamp technique on him, allowing him to feel that most of the toxins and impurities in his spiritual energy had been cleared away, and he felt as light as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his body. If you maintain your cultivation level below foundation establishment, this spell of mine can last for 1 or 2 years. However, to completely resolve the hidden dangers in your body, we need to target those toxins that have penetrated deep into your bones. If Yan Shayan could cultivate Chen Mobai's lamp-burning technique and persevere, he might one day be able to purify and resolve it. However, most of Yan Shayan's body has now been reshaped by the pseudo-three lights divine water, and the pill poison has become part of him. Therefore, the spiritual power he cultivates now also contains pill poison. Even in the realm of immortals, this would be considered a difficult and complicated illness, requiring the intervention of a medical master like the Three Absolutes Master to have a chance of a complete cure. Thank you, sect leader. After experiencing the wonders of the lamp-burning technique, Yan Shayan had no more doubts about what Chen Mobai said. Or rather, apart from that, he saw no other chance for survival. Why don't you buy the real Three Lights divine water? After the two were officially recognized, the atmosphere became much more relaxed, and Chen Mobai finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. The Starry Sky Dao sect doesn't even have enough for its own use. Although guest elders can exchange for and purchase items based on their merits, that's like giving carrots to donkeys. It's impossible for them to end up in my hands. If outsiders want the Three Lights divine water, the only way is through the Big Dipper tournament. However, this is a compromise that the Star Heaven Dao sect had to make under pressure from the Holy Land. Basically, it is the nascent soul seeds of those superpowers that are competing for it. I was only able to purchase a pseudo-Three Lights divine water because of my hard work in refining pills for the Starry Sky Merchant Guild for over 100 years. Besides, even if I were qualified to buy it, I still couldn't afford it. Yan Shayan said with a sigh. Your Huishan Valley owns 8,000 acres of medicinal fields, practically monopolizing the entire eastern wilderness's alchemy industry. The amount of spirit stones you've accumulated is probably comparable to the combined wealth of the other 6 major sects in the eastern wilderness. With such wealth, you still can't afford a single serving of Three Lights divine water. After hearing this, Chen Mobai spoke with some surprise. Alas, sect leader, you are unaware of this. Although Huishan Valley is considered a large family business in the eastern wilderness, it cannot withstand my squandering over the years. Most of the family fortune was spent on my nascent soul formation. Otherwise, after my failure to form a nascent soul, I would not have moved out of my 4th-tier cave dwelling and come to the edge of this stone city to wait for death. Hearing Chen Yanchao's words, Chen Mobai felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was the one who pushed for Chen Yanchao to form his nascent soul. The biggest deal among these was exchanging the 5th-tier sun sacred fruit with the sun-bathing sea. I used 10 4th-tier herbs from my sect, including a 4th-tier superior-grade earth fire red lotus, and the Starry Sky Merchant Guild to get them to reluctantly agree to the exchange. Hearing this, Chen Mobai finally understood that his acceleration plan not only crippled Yan Shayan, but also emptied the wealth accumulated by Huishan Valley over thousands of years. Whether it's the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill, the Return to Truth Pill, the Nirvana Pill, or even the Infant Nourishing Pill, even for these major sects in the eastern wilderness, failing to refine them even once will cause them serious damage. In recent decades, Yan Shayan has refined these techniques more than once in order to form his nascent soul. If it weren't for the 5 Elements sect sharing the burden, they probably would have been broke long ago. Even so, he is now almost penniless, making him arguably the poorest core formation ancestor in the sect. Can you still refine pills now? Chen Mobai thought of Yan Shayan's expertise and couldn't help but ask. Because my spiritual power contains pill poison, I can only use external fire to refine pills. Ordinary 1st and 2nd-tier pills are okay, but for 3rd-tier and above pills, without the control of pill fire, the probability of failure is very high. Yan Shayan was just telling the truth, so as not to embarrass himself when Chen Mobai took him back to refine pills in the future. External fire refers to fire that burns spirit firewood, such as earth fire. Chen Mobai's Daoshui fire can also be considered. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. Then he asked about the Beidou conference, wanting to know what kind of offer he would need to make if he wanted to obtain the Three Lights divine water. It's hard to say. As you know, sect leader, the auction is all about who has the most demand and who offers the highest price. Moreover, the Star Heaven Dao sect never announces the reserve price after each transaction. Besides, I wasn't qualified to participate officially before. I was an outsider. Yan Shayan shook his head and refrained from making any wild guesses in order to avoid influencing Chen Mobai's judgment. It seems I need to ask someone from the Star Heaven Dao sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai thought of Hisui. The next day, when Hisui arrived, he saw Chen Mobai walking out of Yan Shayan's courtyard, with the latter following behind him like a servant. This scene startled him slightly, but he immediately approached respectfully. As long as no murders occur, it's fine. Senior, where would you like to go today? In the Crimson Moon Pavilion, our sect's ancestor Starfire recently crafted a 4th-tier magic weapon, which is currently absorbing the essence of stars to awaken its spirit. It's been made public. If you're interested, I can take you there to have a look. Chen Mobai was also very curious after hearing this. After all, he was a graduate of the Magic Weapon Academy in the Immortal sect, and with his mastery of the Cantong Qi and the refining treasure Golden Light, he could be considered an expert in the magic weapon industry, especially in the Heavenly River realm. Then let's go take a look. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask you. Not at all, please speak freely, senior. Hisui waved his hand politely, indicating that he was not qualified to give advice. Chen Mobai asked about the price offered for the Three Lights divine water at the Beidou conference. As for this matter, I can share some insights with you, senior. After listening, Hisui thought for a moment, organized his thoughts, and then specially cast a soundproof spell to prevent others from hearing him. The price of this Three Lights divine water actually depends on the participants. If the disciples and saintesses of the Holy Lands participate, that's when the price will be the lowest. Because at that time, no matter how high the price offered by others, the elders of the sects will basically have to reluctantly sell the Three Lights divine water to them in order to give face to the Holy Lands. If there are no Taoist disciples or holy maidens from the Holy Land, or if the Holy Land cultivators who come do not have such noble status, then that is when the competition is the most intense. Our sect will sell the Three Lights divine water according to its own needs or to the highest bidder. However, even the Tao disciples and saintesses of the Holy Lands will have to offer at least 5th-tier resources to exchange for the Three Lights divine water at the Big Dipper tournament. Otherwise, our sect will arrange for its own people to reclaim the Three Lights divine water. Hearing this, Chen Mobai once again praised the sales event format, as long as it remained private, the Star Heaven Dao sect had the right to make a decision. Whether it's giving favors to holy sites or buying back their goods at low prices, they are basically in an invincible position. Hearing this, Chen Mobai sighed. He didn't have anything of the 5th rank to exchange for this. It seems that I am not destined to have this Three Lights divine water. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Hisui also offered words of comfort, stating that besides the Three Lights divine water, their Star Heaven Dao sect had many other resources useful to core formation cultivators. For example, 3rd-tier magic artifacts, 3rd-tier pills, and even medium-sized teleportation arrays, etc. Hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. He basically has no shortage of magical artifacts and elixirs, and with Qing Nu around, he can be sure that the ones she refines herself are safe to eat. However, if he could purchase a medium-sized teleportation array, he could completely integrate the unified Eastern Wilderness. He had already estimated that with just 3 more medium-sized teleportation arrays, the entire 19 counties of the Eastern Wilderness could be covered. When it connects with Hunyuan Immortal City and Fengyuwu, it will be possible to mobilize cultivators from all over the Eastern Wilderness in a short period of time. Even if more nascent soul cultivators come to kill, the 5 elements and 5 meridians can gather the 5 elements Tao soldiers even faster. Moreover, If a monster horde were to occur in Yunming's, cultivators from the entire eastern wilderness could provide support at the fastest speed, ensuring that the surrounding counties would not be overrun by monsters. Soon, the three of them arrived at Chiwefeng. As soon as he entered, Chen Mobai saw a bright silver star ring floating in the very center of the market. Wisps of faint starfire seemed to have a spirit, swirling and burning like fire snakes. In this process, streams of pure and vast spiritual energy shot out from a tall stone tower not far away, and were then refined by the fire snake-like starfire, continuously merging into the star ring. Is this the process of Xingtian, Dao sect refining magical artifacts to awaken their spiritual power? Chen Mobai looked on with envy at the sight. The material of this star ring is clearly extraordinary. According to his estimation, it should be a high-grade fourth-order material. If it were a craftsman like Hong Mengqi from the immortal sects, he would probably only need a piece the size of a thumb, and the rest would be made from ordinary fourth-tier or even third-tier materials. That would be enough to ensure that he could craft the same fourth-tier material. The weapon refiners here are truly fortunate. Senior, that is the essence of stars, which is considered the fifth-order spiritual energy of our sect, and is also one of the raw materials for the starlight elixir you exchanged yesterday. He pointed to the pure spiritual energy that shot from the towering stone tower onto the star ring, like beams of starlight, and introduced it with an envious look. This spiritual energy can greatly accelerate the accumulation of spiritual power for the disciples of the Star Heaven Dao sect, and there are no side effects. From chi refining to nascent soul, all can be refined, but the effect becomes less and less obvious as the cultivation level increases. After hearing this, Chen Mobai realized that it was just like the chi replenishing elixir. The difference is that the chi replenishing spiritual water of the immortal sect is truly attribute-free, and cultivators who practice any technique can refine and improve upon it. The one from the Starry Sky Dao sect is only suitable for disciples who have practiced their sect's techniques. Ancestor Xinghuo has emerged. Just then, Chen Mobai saw a burly figure fly out from the stone tower. This is the youngest nascent soul cultivator of the Star Heaven Dao sect. He treads on the void, and wherever he goes, wisps of bright silver flames ignite. He reaches out and clenches his fist, grasping all the starlight of the entire stone tower in his hand, as if he were holding a dazzling star, and presses it heavily onto the star ring that floats in midair. At this moment, Chen Mobai narrowed his eyes and shook his head almost imperceptibly. With a burst of dazzling silver light, the star ring suddenly began to flicker, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Although it was eventually forced to light up by Xinghuo Shangren's powerful cultivation, the spiritual energy that had been faintly visible before had completely dissipated at this moment. The spirit opening ceremony failed. In the heavenly river realm, there is also a set of standards for judging magical artifacts. The simplest example is that if a fourth-tier magical artifact is created with spirituality upon successful crafting, then it has the potential to be upgraded to a fifth-tier artifact in the future. But this is extremely rare, 1 in 10,000. An ordinary fourth-tier weapon refiner might not be able to refine even one in their entire life. If one can master this skill, then one will become a near fifth-tier weapon refiner. He is basically a top-notch weapon refiner among those at the nascent soul stage. If other nascent soul cultivators want to ask such a person for help in refining magical artifacts, the latter can even put on airs and decide whether to accept the order based on his mood. Well, the star ring failed to be awakened, and although it was still considered a high-quality magic artifact among fourth-tier artifacts, the Starfire Master was clearly not satisfied. After a long sigh, he returned to the stone tower where he cultivated. What a pity! If I had studied at my weaponry academy for 10 years, I might have been able to raise my weapon forging skills to the 5th rank. Although Chen Mobai's weapon refining skills were average, his vision and knowledge surpassed those here. The star ring already had a slight spiritual quality from the very beginning. While this is mainly due to the excellent materials, it cannot be denied that Master Xinghuo's weapon refining skills are top-notch, at least in the Tian realm. It's like working in isolation. There are flaws in all aspects of the crafting techniques. Without addressing this issue, there's definitely no way to advance further in weapon crafting. Of course, according to the standards of the Celestial River realm, it is still possible. If a 5th-tier magical artifact can be crafted from 5th-tier materials, then Master Xinghuo can be considered a 5th-tier artifact refiner. But Chen Mobai would definitely not admit it. As a member of the immortal sect, he has always held himself to high standards and requirements, and even plans to promote this set of immortal sect norms and requirements for all arts of cultivation in the Eastern Wilderness in the future. Senior, please take another look. After the star ring tempering and spirit opening were completed, He Sui was saying something when suddenly the sky darkened. Chen Mobai immediately looked up and discovered that a dark crack had suddenly appeared in the sky, and then a pavilion in the air floated out from the crack. Like a dragon soaring down, accompanied by wispy streams, it hangs gracefully in the clouds, elegant and mysterious. Most breathtakingly, the rooftop is covered with colorful flowers, dancing lightly in the breeze, as if bringing spring to the place. The originally cold air suddenly warms up the moment it lands. At the same time, Chen Mobai saw streaks of bright silver starlight shining on the towering stone tower of Stone City. A moment later, he saw the Starfire Venerable fly into the air and arrive at the aerial pavilion with 2 other nascent soul venerables from the Star Heaven Dao sect. Just as he was about to take a closer look, a light mist rose up and obscured the sky. About 15 minutes later, Chen Mobai felt the great array surrounding the entire sacred mountain open, and then the clouds that had been obscuring his vision dissipated. The pavilion in the sky was no longer there. It had obviously been welcomed in by a nascent soul cultivator from the Star Heaven Dao sect. The crack that had been wide open was completely closed and disappeared as a young man in a black robe clasped his hands together. After doing all this, the young man in the black robe fluttered his clothes. His whole body flashed with a silvery white light, and he disappeared from the spot. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai's pupils constricted. Is this a spell similar to walking in the void? He immediately used the sound of the empty valley to listen to the void power in midair that had not yet completely subsided after the black-robed youth teleported away, confirming that his judgment was correct. May I ask who you are, that you have 3 nascent soul cultivators from your sect come out to greet you? Although Chen Mobai already had the answer in his heart, he still asked He Sui beside him. It must be a big shot from the Takesu Misty Palace. Judging from that flying artifact, it might be the palace master of Biluo Palace. He then spoke up in response. The Takesu Male Palace, one of the 4 holy lands, controls the teleportation arrays of the entire 5 continents and 4 seas. In the eastern continent, apart from the nascent soul true monarch who is stationed there, the name of this Biluo Palace master is the most prominent. How many teleportation arrays the Star Heaven Dao sect can obtain for sale depends entirely on her whim. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's mind was still filled with the image of the black-robed youth who had sealed the void rift in the end. Could he be a Taoist disciple of the Takesu Misty Palace? However, He Sui didn't know the answer to this question either, since he had never met such an important person before. Senior, would you like to look around some more? Chen Mobai nodded, and then had He Sui lead him on a tour of the Crimson Moon workshop. This Beidou conference truly lives up to its reputation as the top event in the entire eastern continent. He encountered many stalls with materials that he found very appealing. For example, the other types of Tier 3 materials that can upgrade crimson clouds and smoke. This magical artifact can be considered a signature item of the dance weapon lineage. However, Chen Mobai had only asked Ming Yihua to help him refine the 3rd-order water mist ice crystal, barely upgrading it to the 3rd-order quality. If you want to advance to the next level, you need to find the other 4 types of 3rd-tier materials and refine them into the next level in order. Now that Chen Mobai has mastered the Cantong Qi, he no longer needs Ming Yihua's help. He can use the ascension technique to fuse high-level materials with low-level materials to complete the ascension. He had already found all 4 types in this Crimson Moon market, and the stall owner even had one of them at the 4th rank. Chen Mobai negotiated with each of them, and easily obtained all 4 types of Tier 3 materials. Unfortunately, the stall owner said that for the 4th tier items, they were only accepting offers. After all, the Big Dipper tournament has only just begun, and 4th tier materials are already considered the most precious treasures for core formation cultivators. The stall owner will definitely wait for the right price. Perhaps we'll encounter a cultivator who desires this material even more and offers a higher price. Although Chen Mobai regretted this, it was the only thing he could do. After exchanging communication talismans with the core formation cultivator named Yu Shantai, he collected some other useful Tier 3 materials. Seeing that it was getting dark, he reluctantly left Chiyuefang. After the day ended, Chen Mobai rented a 3rd-tier cave dwelling. He Sui was somewhat disappointed that he couldn't sell the cave dwelling business, but he had no choice but to accept it. Over the next 7 days, Chen Mobai, under He Sui's guidance, explored all the open areas of the Stone City. We discovered many more great things. For example, a jar of refined Tier 3 fire Yang Fiend. With this, he was able to elevate his Yuan Yang sword aura to a slightly higher level. 4th tier fire Yang Fiend does exist, but my geomancer skills are insufficient. I cannot condense that tier of fiend energy. If you truly need it, you can come to Fire Cloud Mountain in the Eastern Lands to find me in the future. After purchasing the 3rd tier fire Yang Fiend, Chen Mobai spoke with the stall owner and received another piece of good news. But we have to go to the east. After thinking about it, he still felt it was unnecessary, since the Yuan Yang Sword Demon was merely a dispensable tool for him. It's better to wait until after you reach the nascent soul stage, and if it's on your way to the Yiyuan Dao Palace, you can visit Hoyun Mountain. After taking a message talisman from the fire Yang Fiend stall owner, Chen Mobai went to Yan Sheiyan's 2nd-tier courtyard. Because of its remote location, this place covers a considerable area. Chen Mobai also made the best use of his talents, having Yan Sheiyan connect with Lu Huixin to purchase the auxiliary medicines needed for refining the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill, the 5 Elements Golden Elixir, the Return to Truth Pill, the Spirit Origin Pill, and the 3 Spirit Medicines for Nascent Soul Formation. Although these auxiliary medicines can be gathered in considerable quantities in the eastern wilderness, the variety is not complete. In the past, when Yan Sheiyan was refining, he sought help from the Starry Sky Chamber of Commerce. Now that Chen Mobai has come, it would be best to collect them all at once. Besides the auxiliary drugs, the most crucial one is naturally the main drug. These are extremely precious and can only be obtained through barter. For example, today, Yan Sheiyan found a key ingredient for refining the infant nurturing pill. End of this chapter. Chapter 780, 6-5 Directions Divine Sand. Chapter 780, 6-5 Directions Divine Sand. This 4th-tier spiritual herb is the Ice Heart Divine Lotus, which can only grow in icy water veins. It also exists in the eastern wilderness. It is the most famous high-level spiritual plant of the Snowfall Palace. Previously, in order to delay the time it took for Kong Lingling to refine the heavenly demon Holy Embryo, she handed this spiritual plant over to the 5 Elements sect. After the Snowfall Palace closed its gates, Chen Mobai learned about this. Although the Snowfall Palace had planted this spiritual plant in the core of its spiritual vein, it could only mature 1 flower every 100 years. Moreover, once they mature, they don't belong to them. They need to be sent to the Ice Palace in the Eastern Lands. The one given to Chen Mobai was one that the Snowfall Palace had accumulated over 1,000 years. However, all mature Ice Heart Divine Lotuses from now on will belong to the 5 Elements sect. The Ice Heart Divine Lotus currently on display at the Beidou Conference is in the hands of a core formation cultivator from the Eastern Ice Heaven Palace. After Chen Mobai arrived, considering his past grievances with the Ice Heaven Palace, he did not show himself. After confirming that there was no problem with the medicinal herbs, he gave the Gijin pill for the exchange to Yan Sheiyan and asked him to handle it. Since it concerned the elixir, The two naturally went to the thatched cottage to have it appraised. Yan Shayan returned quickly, bringing with him the ice-heart divine lotus. Sect leader, today people from the morality sect inquired about the alchemist who refined the returning to truth pill and the origin of the pill formula. When Yan Shayan returned, he told Chen Mobai that he had kept his mouth shut and had not revealed a single word. If the people from the morality sect ask you again later, just tell them that this is an ancient elixir formula from the longevity sect. After hearing this, Chen Mobai said something that surprised Yan Shayan. In this heavenly river realm, the importance attached to pill formulas sometimes even surpasses that attached to the inheritance of cultivation techniques. After all, whether one can successfully master a martial arts technique depends on factors such as aptitude and comprehension. But once you've thoroughly understood a pill formula, any alchemist can refine it just as easily. The pill formulas of each sect are basically the foundation of their existence. Everywhere, people know that monopolies are the key to making big money. Revealing the origin of the returning to truth pill might lead to a major sect in the East excavating other relics of the longevity sect. If they're lucky, they might actually find them. To make big money, you need to build a reputation and set standards. Chen Mobai, however, said something profound. Yan Shayan, as the patriarch of Huishan Valley, had a vague understanding after listening to this. He was the one who had personally refined the returning to truth pill, and he knew best the difficulty of refining this pill formula, the complexity of the process, and the number of steps involved, which was more than any other pill he knew in the heavenly river realm. He relied on his rich experience and failed several times before he barely managed to cultivate a lower-grade quality that was edible. If the Five Elements sect can continuously produce top-quality returning to truth pills, then even if the pill formula is leaked, they can still rely on quality and reputation to occupy the high-end market. After all, the core formation cultivators of those holy lands and major sects have abundant resources, and their pursuit of pills is not as blind as that of rogue cultivators. They would rather spend more money for better quality pills. However, there is a problem. Is that extraordinary senior willing to help the Five Elements sect refine a large number of pills? The one who refined this returning to truth pill is the disciple of the extraordinary senior I mentioned to you. She is a good friend of mine and is currently visiting the eastern wilderness at my invitation. Chen Mobai's words put Yan Shayan at ease, but at the same time, he also felt a sense of urgency. After all, if he still wants to be useful after offering up the valley of returning to heaven, then his alchemy skills are the only thing that will be of use in the future. Hopefully, this disciple of the extraordinary senior will not stay in the eastern wilderness for too long. With that in mind, Yan Shayan gave the Ice Heart Divine Lotus to Chen Mobai and also told him a secret story from the past. Kong Lingeling was able to break through to the late stage of core formation because Yan Shayan secretly helped her refine a batch of pills to enhance her cultivation. Chen Mobai did not say anything about this. After all, at that time, in the eyes of the other major sects in the eastern wilderness, their Five Elements sect was equivalent to a major villain that needed to be united against. After obtaining the Ice Heart Divine Lotus, Chen Mobai inquired about the progress of the other auxiliary medicines. Once he had a clear understanding of the situation, he left. That day, Chen Mobai sat upright in his rented cave dwelling. In the void between his brows, a bright orange-red ray of light shone brilliantly. With a thought, it seemed as if a ray of light was flashing and crisscrossing in front of him, bringing with it a chillingly sharp edge. Chen Mobai's eyes were closed. A pottery jar on the ground was opened, and crimson, misty fire yang energy rose continuously. As he used his pure yang spiritual power, it was constantly absorbed and refined by the shimmering primordial yang sword energy. It is unknown how much time has passed, but the radiance of the Yuan Yang sword demon reached an unprecedented level of brilliance. After a burst of dazzling light, it suddenly receded, turning into a seemingly inconspicuous orange-red radiance. Chen Mobai opened his eyes, then raised the index finger of his right hand, using his divine sense to guide the Yuan-Yang sword aura to stab forward. As the light collided with his fingertips, Chen Mobai felt a slight stinging pain, followed by a drop of bright red blood seeping out. After the Yuan-Yang sword demon was upgraded to a third-tier superior grade, it was able to cause damage to his fully developed fire spirit body, which shows the power of the Yuan-Yang sword technique. However, this is not the limit. Chen Mobai opened his mouth and exhaled a wisp of pure Yang true energy from his dantian, injecting it into the Yuan-Yang sword demon. Then the bright orange light suddenly flashed with wisps of electric arcs. In that instant, he was able to withstand the Yuan-Yang sword's fingertips, but was instantly pierced through. Feeling the pain in his fingertips, Chen Mobai immediately stopped supplying pure Yang true energy. Soon, the Yuan-Yang sword demon lost its strength and was expelled from the fingertip by the fire spirit body. Looking at the blood hole on his fingertip, Chen Mobai activated his longevity body technique. Soon, it was as if time had reversed and his flesh and blood began to regenerate. After a few breaths, he was completely healed. To raise the power of the Yuan-Yang sword demon to the peak of the third tier, it is necessary to activate it with pure Yang true energy. A cultivator who has reached the peak of core formation and refined true qi is perfectly suited to wield a peak third-tier sword aura. However, Chen Mobai is an exception. He had not yet achieved the perfect formation of his core, but he had already condensed a whole stream of pure Yang true energy with the help of the Daoshui fire. If one were to burn the entire stream of pure Yang true energy to activate the Yuan-Yang sword aura at any cost, then it might even be possible to break through the limit and temporarily raise the power of the Yuan-Yang sword aura to the fourth level. But this is definitely not a good deal for Chen Mobai. He possesses fourth-tier techniques like the extreme Yang slash, so how could he possibly waste them like that? Once again, Chen Mobai used his divine sense to control the upgraded Yuan-Yang sword qi, and after feeling as if it were his own arm, he opened the sword box made of fourth-order longevity wood and put it back in. Just as he took out the crimson cloud and smoke robe, preparing to use the ascension technique, he suddenly felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth begin to vibrate again. Chen Mobai got up, opened the window, and looked up. Sure enough, the three nascent soul cultivators from the Star Heaven Dao sect were once again flying into the air. However, Chen Mobai recognized the person who came this time. Leading the group was Yi Qing from the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. However, compared to when he was in the Eastern Wilderness, he had obviously already successfully formed his nascent soul. Yi Qing stood tall in the sky, carrying a long sword on his back. His aura was lofty and profound, and compared to before, he seemed to have gained an indescribable and inexplicable power. The three nascent soul cultivators from the Star Heaven Dao sect bowed to him with great respect. Yi Qing returned the greeting politely, and behind him were three fellow disciples. One of them was Yuan Zhen, who had a good relationship with Chen Mobai. She was obviously still a core formation cultivator, but compared to before, she had now reached the peak of core formation. It was estimated that she came to the Big Dipper conference for the purpose of helping Chen Mobai achieve nascent soul. After talking with the three nascent soul cultivators from the Star Heaven Dao sect for a while, Yi Qing led the three from the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect down and entered the Stone City. Chen Mobai thought about it and felt that since he was also there, he should at least pay a visit. Just before Yuan Zhen left, she gave him a message talisman. However, right now is definitely the busiest time for Yi Qing and the others, so let's talk about it in a couple of days. Just as Chen Mobai was about to close the window, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly trembled again. Three beams of starlight rose again. Have the people of the Dayud sect arrived? Only people from holy lands can receive such treatment. But just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, he noticed that the sky suddenly turned pitch black during the day. No, someone is blocking the sunlight. Chen Mobai looked closely and was shocked. Suddenly, a huge meteorite began to slowly descend from the sky above the Star Heaven Dao sect. The meteorite was dark yellow, with natural textures, some straight, some curved, seemingly without any rules, yet it resembled a pattern created by heaven and earth, stretching across the sky and crashing straight towards the high mountain where the Star Heaven Tao sect was located. I wonder which fellow Taoist has graced us with his presence. I, Xingyun, have failed to greet you properly. The three nascent soul cultivators of the Star Heaven Tao sect rose into the sky once again. The one in the lead was obviously the most powerful. As he spoke, a large burst of starlight shone from above his head, which then transformed into a nebula like a silver mist. It seemed weak and unstoppable, but at the moment of ascent it stretched out against the wind. For every inch the nebula rises into the air, it expands by 10 feet. Moreover, during this process, Chen Mobai discovered that the stone pillars in the stone city began to emit starlight, shining like gemstones, soaring into the sky and merging into the starlight and clouds. Before long, a sky full of stars stretched across the sky above Stone City, and under the control of the three nascent soul cultivators, they fearlessly headed straight for the meteorite falling from the sky. Ha ha ha, Xingji's sect is indeed impressive. It did not disgrace him. Just as the meteorite and the starry sky were about to collide, a loud voice rang out. Suddenly, the enormous meteorite, which could almost cover the entire stone city, shrank, and in the blink of an eye, turned into a dark yellow grain of sand, which fell into the hand of a tall, middle-aged man with a bushy beard. May I ask which sand master of the flying sand sect you are? Seeing this scene, Xingyun recalled the super sect that was stationed in the desolate sea. After the Eastern Imperial Court disintegrated, the 10 Directions Palace also sought their own way out. The Flying Sand sect guarded the entrance to the desolate sea and simply left the eastern continent to start carving out a territory on the sea. This, ironically, allowed them to avoid several major calamities in the eastern continent, and by relying on the inherited 5 divine sands, they were able to gain a foothold on the desolate sea. These 5 divine sands are 5th-tier magic treasures that can be separated or combined. If a great formation is set up, it can lock down the 6 directions and suppress the 8 wastelands. During the Eastern Imperial Court period, the Flying Sand sect used this to trap a nascent soul true monarch for 100 years. The 5 divine sands are controlled by the 5 most powerful nascent soul cultivators in the Flying Sand sect, and these 5 are known as the Sand Masters. I am from Zhu Dongdu, here to collect a portion of the 3 lights divine water. The middle-aged man in yellow robes with a bushy beard announced his name, and then said something that made Xingyun and the other two's expressions change slightly. So you are Venerable Dongdu. If you wish to obtain the 3 lights divine water, I can send you a replacement invitation so you can compete fairly with my fellow Taoists from the Eastern continent at the Big Dipper tournament. Although the Flying Sand sect is powerful, the Star Heaven Tao sect will certainly not bow down in public. This is a talisman that Xingji gave me back then. He said that if I brought this to your Xingxian Tao sect, I could exchange it for a portion of the 3 lights divine water. But before Xingyun could finish speaking, Zhu Dongdu had already taken out a talisman that was shimmering with starlight and tossed it to them. It is indeed the Grand Elder's token. However, the most recent batch of 3 lights divine water is to be used as the grand finale of the Big Dipper conference. If we need to reformulate and refine another batch, it may take a month for Master Dongdu to wait. After checking and confirming, Xingyun said something that made Zhu Dong frown slightly. We have to wait another month. Please forgive me, I will refine it as quickly as possible. The Big Dipper conference is about to be held, and the elites of the righteous path of our eastern continent will be gathered together, and fellow Taoists from the Holy Land will also be present. Why don't you stay, Venerable Dongdu, and we can use your unique spiritual items from the desolate sea to exchange for some of our eastern continent's resources. Hearing this, Zhu Dongdu became interested and nodded, following Xingyun into Stone City. Chen Mobai witnessed the whole scene. Although he didn't know what they talked about, it was clear that the Star Heaven Tao sect had handled the matter properly. The next day, he called He Sui over and asked him about what happened the day before. Reporting to Senior, that is the Sandmaster of the Flying Sand sect. The Xingxian Tao sect did not conceal Zhu Dongdu's identity. The main purpose was to let the guests know that this nascent soul cultivator had an extraordinary background, which is why they turned hostility into friendship and invited him to participate in the Beidou conference. Chen Mobai had reason to believe that if it were an ordinary nascent soul cultivator who dared to arrive at the Star Heaven Dao sect with such a grand display, Xingyun and the other two would definitely have crushed him to dust. Flying Sand Party. After hearing Zhu Dongdu's background, Chen Mobai couldn't help but mutter to himself. The 4 seas in the 5 continents and 4 seas of the heavenly river realm are the heaven, earth, mysterious wilderness, and 4 seas. In the past, among the 10 Directions Palace, the Flying Sand sect was arguably the only one that has survived to this day and continues to grow stronger. The rest have either lost their lineage or are left with only a small number of single lineage inheritors. Although there may still be some high-level cultivators left, they are basically just dust in the past in the eastern wilderness. After seeing he sway off, Chen Mobai went a stroll around the streets in Stone City that specialized in selling talismans. His main purpose was to conduct research. To his surprise, he discovered that the industrialized talisman paper from his own Zion Ancient shop was being displayed in a talisman shop. Moreover, the selling price is 10 times the price he set in the eastern wilderness. Senior, the quality of this talisman paper is excellent, and it can be used to draw talismans of almost any level. In addition, the rent for my shop here is also high, so the price is a bit high. Chen Mobai spoke with the shopkeeper. This was a sect from Dongyu that specialized in making talismans. Opening this shop in Shicheng required a huge amount of spirit stones every year, and this cost was added to the price of the goods. Chen Mobai also learned that this sect obtained its goods from the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce. Needless to say, it was definitely acquired from the eastern wilderness, and then resold to sects and families within the eastern Yue territory. All I can say is that Lu Zulong knows how to do business. After discovering this, Chen Mobai looked at the high-grade talisman paper and talisman ink sold in the shop and found that they were very expensive. Over the next few days, he conducted research on the talisman market. He planned to start dumping industrialized talisman paper into the rest of the eastern continent after he reached nascent soul stage. However, this would make the puppet factory's scale insufficient. These are minor issues, but he doesn't plan to expand within the immortal sect. Instead, he intends to place them in the divine tree secret realm. He has already simplified the blueprints for the puppets, so the puppet department can make them. The only problem is the machine. Only the immortal sects can do this. Given Chen Mobai's current status, he can naturally protect her. However, he plans to acquire the old machines that are about to be phased out by the immortal sect, just like the refining equipment that Qing Nu has from the Ju Mang Dao Academy, and set his sights on the second-hand market. In the eastern wilderness, the industrialized talisman paper and ink can bring him nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones in income every year. If it were expanded to the entire eastern continent, it would be at least 10 times that amount. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, a message talisman descended from the sky and landed in his palm. It belongs to Yuan Zhen. Chen Mobai took it and smiled slightly, then called He Sui over to lead the way. Senior, where are we going? He Sui, somewhat shocked by what Chen Mobai said, asked again. I'm quite familiar with the cave dwelling of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect, along with Yi Qingdiazi and Saintess Yuan Zhen. Since they are here as well, we should pay them a visit. Surely you don't know the way. I recognize you, Senior, this way. What He Sui wanted to say was that there were many cultivators at the Beidou conference who wanted to establish a relationship with the Holy Land's Taoist disciples and holy maidens, but most of them were turned away. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to personally visit, it might not be possible to see them. As for Chen Mobai's claim of knowing Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen, He Sui thought it was probably because these two from the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect had come into contact with him, a local strongman, when they were dealing with demonic cultivators in the eastern wilderness. Recently, the Beidou conference was held, and most of the disciples of their Xingshan Dao sect made a fortune. He Sui had also heard about this from his fellow disciples. He went to pay his respects with great enthusiasm, only to return looking embarrassed. But he's just a guide, why bother saying more? Anyway, it won't be him who loses face in the end. Soon, He Sui led Chen Mobai to the cave dwelling of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. The people of the Holy Land are provided with accommodation by the Star Heaven Tao sect, and the accommodation is provided with the most advanced fourth-order spiritual energy. Senior, this is the place. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded slightly and then walked towards the tightly closed door. He Sui thought for a moment and decided not to follow, lest he see his employer's unpleasant expression. With a creak, just as Chen Mobai walked over, the door opened from the inside, and a female cultivator with a delicate and beautiful face and fair skin walked out. She couldn't help but smile when she saw Chen Mobai. Her flawless white teeth and bright smile were like pearls. Her eyebrows were slightly arched, and her crystal-clear eyes made her radiate a joy from the inside out. Sect leader Chen, it's been a long time. Yuan Zhen smiled generously and came out to greet them. I'm overjoyed to see Saintess Yuan again. Chen Mobai responded very politely. He Sui, who was not far away, opened his mouth wide when he saw this scene. He never expected that Chen Mobai, a golden core sect leader from the countryside of the eastern wilderness, would be personally greeted by the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. Seeing the two chatting and laughing as they stepped through the gate, He Sui finally understood a sentence. True masters don't reveal their abilities. Sect leader Chen, I didn't expect to see you here. Junior sister, please treat me well. Just as Chen Mobai and Yuan Zhen were talking in the courtyard, Yi Qing came over. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he left immediately. The palace master of Biluo Palace invited my senior brother to come and discuss something. Yuan Zhen explained the reason why Yi Qing left. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, but did not ask any further questions. We haven't congratulated the Holy Maiden on the successful completion of her core formation yet, but it seems that the nascent soul formation is just around the corner. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen smiled slightly with her eyes narrowed. I also want to thank sect leader Chen for the immortal peach wine, which saved me a true blood pill. Yuan Kink once gave him 3 true blood pills. After Yuan Zhen took one, he went to the eastern wilderness and obtained a jar of immortal peach wine from Chen Mobai. After she finished drinking the first pill, she took the second true blood pill, and her spiritual energy was fully accumulated. However, this was mainly because she already had a strong foundation, and if she had taken all 3 true blood pills, most of the last pill's medicinal properties would have been wasted. Speaking of which, another batch of immortal peaches ripened on my little South Mountain, and I picked some. The original flavor of these fruits is also unique, and the Holy Maiden can have a taste. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out a 4th-tier immortal peach from his storage bag. This item is precious. Yuan Zhen repeatedly declined, but Chen Mobai simply cut it open for her. A rich fragrance of peaches spread and filled the entire courtyard, soon attracting the attention of the other 2 core formation cultivators from the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect. Once this immortal peach is cut open, it needs to be consumed as soon as possible to avoid wasting its spiritual effects. Chen Mobai said with a smile. Then thank you very much, sect leader Chen. Having come this far, Yuan Zhen could only say this, both angry and amused. Senior brother Bai, junior sister Wang, you should come and have a taste too. Yuan Zhen naturally didn't forget her other 2 direct disciples, Bai Zisheng and Wang Qiangyan. After hesitating for a moment, they couldn't resist their curiosity and came over to taste a slice of the immortal peach. They were all in the late stage of core formation. After eating, they immediately discovered the benefits and, disregarding their manners, sat cross-legged in the courtyard and began cultivating with spirit stones in their hands. Yuan Zhen had achieved perfect core formation, allowing him to leisurely savor the taste of the immortal peach. She squinted, lost in reverie for a moment, before opening her eyes and picking up another piece to eat. Before Chen Mobai could finish his cup of tea, Yuan Zhen had already eaten 3 pieces. If she hadn't thought of leaving a piece for Yi Qing to try, she probably would have eaten it all. May I ask if sect leader Chen still has any immortal peach fruit? At this moment, Bai Zisheng and Wang Qiangyan also finished their meditation. Feeling that the spiritual power they had gained through the immortal peach fruit was extremely pure, they couldn't help but ask Chen Mobai a question. There are 4 left. Chen Mobai immediately took out everything he had brought with him. I wonder what resources sect leader Chen wants at the Beidou conference. My junior sister and I are willing to help you collect them in exchange for these 4 immortal peaches. Bai Zisheng also directly stated his thoughts. What I want most is naturally the 3 lights divine water, but its value is not even comparable to 100 immortal peaches. Chen Mobai sighed and then, amidst Bai Zisheng's somewhat embarrassed expression, mentioned the 4th-tier medicinal herbs he needed. You 2 only need to bring 4 of them. Chen Mobai was very polite, exchanging one for another. Unexpectedly, Wang Qiangyan actually possessed one of them, called Purple Blood Divine Grass. I also have a kind of Xuanling Heavenly Dew here. Yuan Zhen also took out a bottle of 4th-tier Spirit Dew, which could be exchanged within the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect. Bai Zisheng said that he would exchange another one for Yuan Zhen after returning home. If you 2 wish to enhance your spiritual power, I also have a top-grade Returning to Truth pill here. When Bai Zisheng and the others saw the Gizhen pill that Chen Mobai took out, they were all very surprised. Wang Qiangyan herself was an alchemist, and after examining it, she found that it was indeed a top-grade pill, which shocked her even more. The medicinal effects inside this pill are still active, which shows that it was recently made. I wonder which master made it. Unlike the appraisers of the Dayud sect, Wang Qiangyan was not tactful enough and asked the question directly. In the eastern wilderness, there is a great alchemy sect with a history of over 1,000 years, called Huishan Valley. Its ancestor, Yan Shayan, is known as the #1 alchemist in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai felt that it was not the right time for Qing Nu to be exposed, so he directly pulled out Yan Shayan, who had just submitted to him. Yan Shayan, who was counting the auxiliary medicines with Lu Huixin, suddenly couldn't help but sneeze. His cultivation level has dropped and his body has weakened. Could it be typhoid fever? With this thought in mind, Yan Shayan planned to refine a cold-dispelling pill and take it after returning home. Sect leader Chen, I have 1 true blood pill here. How about I exchange it for 2 top-grade Returning to Truth pills? Chen Mobai said he only had 2 Returning to True pills left. Seeing the longing looks on Bai Zisheng and Wang Qiangyan's faces, Yuan Zhen immediately took out the true blood pill that she had saved earlier. This is the best elixir in the eastern continent for core formation cultivators to enhance their spiritual power. Moreover, it was personally crafted by Yuan Kink, making it of superior quality. Excellent, excellent. Chen Mobai naturally agreed, as he had also heard of the reputation of the true blood pill. His 2 Returning to Truth pills were far more valuable than the other 2 4th-tier medicinal herbs, so he simply omitted them. Thank you, sect leader Chen. Thank you, holy maiden. Bai Zisheng and Wang Qiangyan both looked very grateful. Then, at Yuan Zhen's suggestion, he took the immortal peach and the Returning to Truth pill back to his seclusion to consume them. After they left, Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, then took out a face-stabilizing bead. PY has a new book titled, I Use Artillery to Bombard the Land in the Extraordinary World. Beyond the Ordinary World plus Infinite Power, plus Overwhelming Power plus All Villains. Those who are interested can take a look. End of this chapter. Chapter 787. You are a member of the One Yuan Dao Palace. Chapter 787. You are a member of the One Yuan Dao Palace. Sect leader Chen, what is this? Yuan Zhen was a little surprised that Chen Mobai would take out a water spirit pearl. As the holy maiden of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, she had seen many such things before. She even possessed a pearl that could rival the finest spirit stones. Holy maiden, This is a magical artifact I obtained after receiving the inheritance of the longevity sect. It is called the youth-preserving pearl. Although it has no grade, it has a pretty good function. Chen Mobai briefly recounted the origin of this face-fixing pearl. Oh, what is it? After hearing this, Yuan Zhen picked up her teacup and took a sip, then casually continued the conversation. After a cultivator refines this youth-preserving pearl, they can maintain their youth and remain forever young. With a snap, just as Chen Mobai finished speaking, the teacup in Yuan Zhen's hand fell to the ground. Fortunately, it was also a magical artifact, and it did not shatter when it hit the stone floor. Yuan Zhen stared intently at the youth-preserving pearl in Chen Mobai's hand. If she weren't the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, she probably would have already taken it. I haven't properly thanked the holy maiden for what happened with Venerable Bingyun last time, and it just so happens that we've met again in Stone City. I thought I'd give her this youth-preserving pearl as a token of my gratitude. As Chen Mobai spoke, he held up the face-fixing bead in his hand and handed it to Yuan Zhen. I can't accept this. Although Yuan Zhen said that, she didn't hesitate at all and took it as quickly as possible. She examined the face-fixing pearl from top to bottom several times, and then used the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect's treasure appraisal technique that she had learned to authenticate it. Because the grade of the face-fixing pearl was not high, and Chen Mobai directly told her the refining incantation, it was easily identified. This item is far too precious. Did sect leader Chen just give it to me like this? Although Yuan Zhen was very fond of it, he was, after all, a descendant of the divine transformation realm from the Holy Land. Even when faced with such a rare treasure, he maintained a sliver of clarity and asked again. If it weren't for the Holy Maiden's help, even if our five-element sect could drive her away, we would have suffered a great loss of strength. This kindness is immense, and I even feel that this youth-preserving pearl is not enough as a token of our gratitude. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yuan Zhen felt a little relieved. To be honest, as the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect, I was taught by my family from a young age that I should never owe anyone a favor, otherwise my mental state would be hindered in my future cultivation. Now Chen Mobai has given Yuan Zhen a very good reason, making her feel that she can accept this face-fixing bead. However, she also knew that Chen Mobai had definitely suffered a great loss in this matter. After all, pills that can keep cultivators young and youthful are legendary elixirs in the heavenly river realm. It is said that the immortal pills refined by the Taoist deity at the invitation of the Eastern Imperial Court, for the Emperor and Empress have such functions. Of course, this youth-preserving pearl is definitely not comparable to the sixth-tier immortal pill. After all, the latter is known as the divine medicine of immortality, and eternal youth and youthful appearance are only one of its side functions. But when Yuan Zhen was a child, she was immediately drawn to the idea of eternal youth and ageless beauty when her elders talked about the elixir of immortality. She had been thinking that if the formula for the immortal pill could be simplified and broken down to create a lower-grade pill that still had the function of eternal youth and agelessness, that would be great. Unexpectedly, our predecessors had already accomplished this long ago. The longevity sect truly lives up to its reputation as a great sect that worshipped the heavenly venerable in ancient times. Sect leader Chen's cultivation is almost at the peak of core formation, right? Let me see if I can discuss with Venerable Xingyun of Xingshan Dao sect about reserving a portion of Three Lights divine water for you. However, Yuan Zhen still felt a little embarrassed to accept the youth-preserving pearl for such a small contribution. After thinking for a moment, she said something that made Chen Mobai both surprised and puzzled. Isn't this item only sold to the public during the Beidou conference? How come it can be pre-ordered? Hearing this, Yuan Zhen looked at the stone tower standing not far from their fourth-tier cave dwelling, which was where the nascent soul of the Star Heaven Dao sect was located. However, she snorted coldly and revealed the mystery behind it. The Starry Sky Dao sect's methods can only be concealed from others. Every time they hold the Big Dipper conference, They will invite us holy lands and then announce that there is only one three lights divine water, so that we can bid against each other. Since we are both holy sites, our reputations no longer serve as a deterrent. We can only compete through fair means, which means we will have to bleed a lot to obtain the three lights divine water. But after several times we came to our senses. After the Beidou conference, we checked and found that the three lights divine water, which was claimed to be available in only one quantity, was sold to 4 holy sites at the same time. After discovering this, we were naturally furious and went to Xingqian Daozong together. However, Xingqian Daozong felt that this was a normal business practice, but under pressure from the 4 of us, they still made compensation. Because of this incident, we discovered that the production of the three lights divine water is not actually as scarce as the Star Heaven Dao sect claims. Therefore, we agreed that every 60 years, apart from the sales event at the Big Dipper Assembly, if our holy lands need it, they must provide us with a portion. Of course, we will also exchange it with normal fifth-order spiritual items or resources. That's how my senior brother obtained the three lights divine water when he reached nascent soul stage. After listening to Yuan Zhen's recounting of these secrets, Chen Mobai couldn't help but marvel. It can only be said that there is a reason why Xingtian Daozong's business can grow so large. Whether it is selling events or pretending to have limited quantities, triggering a scramble among those who want them, these are the core business strategies that have been used by immortal sects for a long time. But since your sect has already used up its 60-year quota, how can the Holy Maiden reserve one for me? Chen Mobai asked the same question again, but even if they could reserve a spot for him using a quota from the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, he would definitely decline. If an outsider like him rashly occupies this space, the higher-ups of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect might come and block the door once the news gets out. Before you have absolute strength, you shouldn't forcefully take what doesn't belong to you. It's all right, this share is something that all 4 holy lands in the East have. Since what happened 100 years ago, the Yiyuan Dao Palace has been closed off. Anyway, since you have mastered the Hunyuan True Qi and have impeccable lineage, I will say that you are a member of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. However, we need to discuss this matter after my senior brother returns. I will let you know once we have finalized the plan. Yuan Zhen, however, suggested a method that surprised even Chen Mobai. You know what, when you think about it carefully, it really works. In that case, I might need to prepare to purchase the resources for the three lights divine water. Chen Mobai muttered to himself. As for this, Yuan Zhen was powerless to help. The 5th-tier spiritual items she exchanged for the three lights divine water were all prepared with the help of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, which was one of her benefits as a holy maiden. The two talked for a few more minutes. Chen Mobai noticed that Yuan Zhen's eyes were fixed on the face-stabilizing bead in her hand as she spoke, and he knew that all her thoughts were now focused on it. Holy Maiden, it's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. This box of tea is for Venerable Yi Qing. Chen Mobai left behind a box of Tier 3 Snow Needle Immortal Sprouts. Yuan Zhen got up and saw him out the door before rushing back to refine the youth-preserving pearl. Senior. Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised to find Yi Sui still waiting at the door. After agreeing to have him keep an eye on the materials he needed in Stone City for the next few days, Chen Mobai returned to his 3rd-tier cave dwelling. He hung the Cantong Pact on the Crimson Cloud and Smoke Silk, and then used the Ascension technique to refine the other 4 3rd-tier materials needed to upgrade the magic artifact into it one by one in order. Of all the techniques he used, this was probably the one he was most skilled at. Chen Mobai felt that if he had been able to comprehend the Cantong Qi while studying at the Dao Academy, he would at least be a 4th-level weapon refiner in the immortal sect by now. But it's not too late now. That day, with a thunderous and stirring drumbeat that resounded through the sky, all the cultivators in the entire Stone City knew that this year's Beidou tournament had officially begun. Chen Mobai, who had just mastered his Crimson Cloud and Mist Cloak to the peak of the 3rd rank, felt the powerful drumbeat resonate perfectly with his spirit and energy, awakening him and making his blood and energy flow smoothly and his spirit clear. This is the Starry Sky Heaven-Shaking Drum, a fifth-tier treasure weapon of the Starry Sky Tao sect. It is said that striking the 7 luminaries' drum can kill even a nascent soul true monarch. Besides this, one can also use the sound of this drum to cleanse one's spirit, feel the melody of the starry sky, and enhance one's consciousness. The Beidou conference will begin and end with the sound of drums. For the 49 days following the start of the conference, this starry sky drum would be struck once every day. After being startled awake, Chen Mobai reached out and condensed the crimson cloud and mist that had transformed into multicolored light into a wisp, which he then put into his sleeve. This magical artifact, which had been with him for a long time, had been upgraded to the peak of the 3rd tier. Next, Chen Mobai only needs to refine the 4th order water mist ice crystal in his hand into it to upgrade it to the 4th order. However, after witnessing the process of Xinghuo Shangren refining magical artifacts and awakening their spiritual power, Chen Mobai felt that he could do the same. Or perhaps, as the current face of the Dance Weapon Academy, he has no choice but to do so. At the same time, raising the crimson clouds and smoke robe to the 4th rank, and cultivating its spirit would be in line with his genius persona in the immortal sect. Moreover, this crimson cloud and mist robe is the magic weapon he has used the longest. During their previous consultation, he did indeed sense a faint trace of spirituality. If the ascension technique is used properly, cultivating a spirit should not be a problem. Moreover, it is necessary to elevate the spirit in front of everyone in Shicheng, showcasing the successful opening of the spirit. This is also the key to whether he can impersonate the successor of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Yuan Zhen and Yi Qing discussed this matter. The latter disagreed but did not object. However, he said that as a Taoist disciple of the Holy Land, especially given that the Yiyuan Dao Palace had been closed for so long, his sudden appearance at the Beidou conference must demonstrate methods befitting his status. What could Chen Mobai possibly do that would be in line with his status as a Taoist disciple of the One Yuan Dao Palace? After much thought, I realized that refining and awakening spirits in weapon crafting was the perfect solution. After all, besides the primordial true qi, the One Yuan Dao Palace is most skilled at crafting magical artifacts. Before his ascension, the story of how the true monarch of One Yuan practiced the 6th order Hunyuan Bell with the great master of the southern continent, and easily passed the ascension tribulation was known to everyone in the entire heavenly river realm. After learning Yi Qing's meaning from the message talisman, Chen Mobai turned his gaze to his crimson cloud and mist robe. However, to ensure success, he felt that one piece of water mist ice crystal might not be enough. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai went out. After the Beidou conference started, the 4th tier King Feng Sha that he had previously set his sights on should have received quite a few offers. Hopefully, Yu Shantai is now willing to make an exchange. He Sui was already waiting outside the door. "Senior, that Senior Yu is willing to talk to you again." As soon as the two met, He Sui told them the good news. When Chen Mobai was in seclusion to improve the crimson cloud smoke robe, he asked him to keep an eye out for the 4th tier spiritual materials he needed in Stone City. Walk. Chen Mobai immediately took He Sui to the place where Yu Shantai had set up his stall. "Master Chen, this 4th tier King Feng Sha is an excellent material for refining flying magic weapons. Many fellow cultivators have offered good prices, but after thinking it over, your Gijin pill is still the most useful to me." Since Yu Shantai set up his stall as a prominent 4th tier spiritual material, almost all the cultivators who came to the Big Dipper conference already knew about it. Others offered equally valuable 4th tier resources in exchange, but after comparing them, Yu Shantai ultimately chose the returning to truth pill. However, Yu Shantai still waited for half a day after the Beidou conference started. It wasn't until the afternoon that I finally made up my mind. Recently, news of the top grade returning to truth pill has been circulating. After all, there are so many people coming and going at the Dayad sect's thatched cottage, and Bai Zisheng of the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect suddenly achieved the perfection of core formation. Afterwards, people found out that the returning to truth pill was one of the reasons. This also gave Yu Shantai a sudden sense of urgency. He was afraid that if he was too late, this top-grade returning to truth pill would be gone. Chen Mobai was unaware of this, and was very happy to exchange a Gijin pill for this fourth-tier Qingfeng Sha. Next, Yan Shayan also came over. It was said that 2 more fourth-tier medicinal herbs had been found. After Chen Mobai took out the returning to truth pill, the 2 core formation cultivators agreed without any hesitation. However, I still cautiously went to the Dayad sect's thatched cottage for appraisal, and of course, they covered the expenses. After acquiring 2 more fourth-tier medicinal herbs, Chen Mobai naturally wanted to browse through the good stuff that the Star Heaven Dao sect had brought out. The grand finale was in the center of Stone City. On the first day, a complete set of 4th-grade superior array diagrams was on display. It was another unique skill of the Starry Sky Dao sect, the Starry Sky Array. When Chen Mobai arrived, he found that quite a few people had already gathered in front of the array diagram. Among them were even 3 nascent soul cultivators. It should be noted that even a major nascent soul sect may not necessarily possess a high-grade 4th-order formation. After joining in the fun, Chen Mobai didn't linger and went straight to browse the area outside of the main attraction. The Star Heaven Dao sect has standardized its sales events. Throughout the Eastern continent, they divide their events into 10 categories: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, extraordinary, pill, beast, array, and wonder. They were placed in various locations in the central area of Shichang, with the aim of boosting the business of the entire sect and the Dongyu cultivation forces that rented shops here. Chen Mobai asked Sui to take him to the area for fire attribute spiritual objects. The items displayed by the Star Heaven Dao sect were at least 3rd tier, but Chen Mobai naturally didn't care for them. After glancing at them, he went straight to the 4th tier items. The first thing that catches the eye is a grayish-white flame that is so striking that it is almost unbearable to look directly at. Sui called over his fellow disciples, who introduced them to Chen Mobai, who then recognized it as a 4th-tier stone flame. There were quite a few cultivators who had made reservations, including one who was a nascent soul cultivator. After hearing this, Chen Mobai could only shake his head regretfully. He plans to take it if there's little competition. However, I still casually quoted the price of a Gijin pill. The cultivator in charge of this place from the Star Heaven Dao sect also took notes carefully, and then immediately went to entertain another core formation cultivator who had called him. Chen Mobai didn't pay attention to that, and continued walking to the second 4th-tier spiritual item. Upon seeing this, he was immediately astonished. Without any introduction, he knew that the dark red crystal in front of him was a 4th-order fire yang fiend. There aren't many geomancers who can do that. The Star Heaven Dao sect has connections throughout the entire Eastern continent. Indeed, they have extensive networks. Chen Mobai immediately had Sui summon the fellow disciple in charge of this place again, and then solemnly filled in the price of 2 Gijin pills. It's not that I don't want to take more, it's just that I only have 3 pills left. If I had known earlier, I would have had Huishan Valley collect a few more batches. Regrettably, Chen Mobai finished filling out his quote, and the Xingshan Dao sect cultivator sealed it away in front of him, placing it in a box. This box was sealed by a nascent soul cultivator from the Star Heaven Dao sect, and only the person who set it up can open it. The prices will only be opened and compared after the Beidou conference concludes. However, this also depends on the reputation of the Star Heaven Dao sect. So even in the Heavenly River realm, if you have a good reputation, you can make a lot of money. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai continued to look at the 4th-tier, fire attribute spiritual objects. Halfway through, he couldn't help but marvel at how well-deserved the reputation of the Beidou conference was. If I weren't so broke, I would have loved to pack everything up and take it all with me. What is this? Reaching the very back, Chen Mobai saw a pale purple flame blooming like a flower. As he gazed upon it, he felt as if his mind was being drawn into it. I was quite surprised. Turning around, I saw that He Sui was already staring blankly at the pale purple flame. Chen Mobai immediately blocked his gaze, and it took He Sui a long while to recover. He looked horrified and immediately lowered his head, not daring to look again. A short while later, that fellow disciple was called over again, but he had obviously suffered a loss before and dared not look directly at the pale purple flame. Senior, this is a spiritual fire of heaven and earth that one of our sect's ancestors discovered in a strange and perilous place in the desolate ruins. The ancestor did not know its exact origin, but he felt that it would be very useful for cultivators who cultivate the Purple Mansion mine technique. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was even more surprised. At least he was certain that there was no such strange spiritual fire in the immortal sects. The resources in the heavenly river realm are indeed very abundant. With that in mind, Chen Mobai began to explore the other areas with renewed enthusiasm. To his great delight, he found all the fourth-tier materials needed for the Crimson Cloud and Mist Luo to advance to the next level, including the fourth-tier Gentle Breeze and the fourth-tier Water Mist Ice Crystal. I don't know if it will be cheaper, but Chen Mobai will definitely not make another offer. He ordered 1 Gijin pill for each of the other 3 ingredients. Give me a quote first, since there's always a confirmation step at the end of the sales event anyway. As Chen Mobai thought this, watching the sun rise again after it had darkened, he couldn't help but marvel at the boundless energy of cultivators. It has been 3 days and 3 nights since the Beidou conference was held. However, almost none of the cultivators rested. They all did the same thing as Chen Mobai, first conducting a high-intensity tour. He had already visited 9 areas, with only the final strange area remaining. This place attracts the most monks, because this is where you can find bargains. Someone once found a wordless alchemical scripture passed down by the Eastern Imperial Court in the strange character area of the Big Dipper Conference. After a chance encounter, he deciphered it and was taken in by the moral sect. They even specially refined a batch of nascent soul pills for him to help him form his nascent soul. Some people also obtained a third-tier protective mirror, but it was actually a magical artifact that concealed itself. Only after refining it with blood did they realize that it was actually the core of a 5th-tier treasure armor lost by the Wanling sect, a major sect in Jiangsu. As Chen Mobai listened to He Sui's stories of seizing opportunities, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil with excitement. He felt that with his own golden light of treasure refining and the professional skills he had cultivated in the immortal sect, he should be the protagonist in these stories. But as it turns out, he was overthinking it. He spent 3 days using the refining treasure golden light to examine everything in the Qi character area, and at most found a broken 4th-order magic weapon. However, this doesn't even require refining the golden light of the treasure, because the energy is flickering and clearly abnormal. Any weapon refiner would be able to tell that it is of the 4th rank. After touching him, Chen Mobai walked out with a somber expression. Senior, besides what our sect is exhibiting, there are other treasures of unknown origin on this street. These are the accumulations of the major sects of Dongyu over thousands of years. If you are interested, you can take a look. When He Sui followed Chen Mobai out, he pointed to the many shops outside that advertised ancient treasures and rare items. Cultivators dressed in the robes of different sects were beckoning people like them who had returned disappointed from inside. Since Chen Mobai was already there, he decided to go into one of the shops and browse around. To be honest, since they knew that at least core formation cultivators would be able to participate, the items displayed in these shops were quite good. Chen Mobai spotted a familiar piece of dark brown fabric and casually inquired about the price. Senior, this is a fragment of a powerful ancient treasure, at least a 4th-tier magic weapon. The shopkeeper was clearly a connoisseur and immediately began to boast. Give me a price, I'm in a hurry. Chen Mobai interrupted him directly, his face showing a hint of impatience. 10 high-grade spirit stones. Okay, give me these 2 items as well. As Chen Mobai spoke, he casually pointed to 2 vases that showed no signs of life. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's face flashed with a look of sudden realization, and then he immediately smiled and refused. If we add those two items, it will cost 100 high-grade spirit stones. He thought Chen Mobai's real target was the pair of vases. Although he was confident in his appraisal skills, he decided to make a quick buck since the land of Dongju was full of outstanding people. Never mind then, I only want this one. Chen Mobai simply tossed down 10 spirit stones and left with the black cloth. End of this chapter.